This is a CBS News special report. Campaign 76. Tonight, the third session of the Republican National Convention from the Kemper Arena in Kansas City. This portion is sponsored by Merrill Lynch. Merrill Lynch is bullish on America. And now, here is Walter Cronkite.
Good evening. Well, this may be the most exciting political convention session in years. This one tonight is supposed to start just a half hour from now. The Republican Party is here, of course, to nominate a presidential candidate for 1976, and an incumbent president for the first time since 1912 faces a serious challenge from within his own party. That presidential balloting comes tomorrow night, according to the schedule, but the matter could very well be settled out here on the floor of this convention in Kemper Arena tonight. There will be a vote tonight that both sides acknowledge will test their strength, which could make or break their candidate here. It will be on a change in the party rules. 16C is the number of that new rule, proposed by the Reagan side, that would force President Ford to name his vice presidential running mate by tomorrow morning, 12 hours before the presidential balloting is scheduled to begin. Also tonight, perhaps the other in his own party. That presidential balloting comes tomorrow night, according to the schedule, but the matter could very well be settled out here on the floor of this convention in Kemper Arena tonight. There will be a vote tonight that both sides acknowledge will test their strength, which could make or break their candidate here. It will be on a change in the party rules. 16C is the number of that new rule, proposed by the Reagan side, that would force President Ford to name his vice presidential running mate by tomorrow morning, 12 hours before the presidential balloting is scheduled to begin. Also tonight, perhaps the other rules fights in a contest over the party's platform on which the candidates are expected to run. We'll be hearing more about the details of those in the next few minutes. Also tonight, a speech by John Connally, the former governor of Texas and Nixon cabinet official, one-time Democrat turned Republican, and capable of a rousing speech from this podium that could affect the convention's course and his own political future. Connally's a Ford supporter with strong ambitions of his own. President Ford has broken the precedent of the years past to come to this convention to take personal charge of his forces, and the day has been perhaps the most important for him, of course, as the key battles of his nomination fight come to a head tonight. Bob Schieffer reports on the President's Day. Bob?
Walter, the president spent a lot of time today visiting with various state delegations. He went to some of the headquarters hotels in his limousine. He had other delegations into his headquarters here on the 18th floor of this hotel. One of the things that you come away with after talking to people around here, Walter, members of the White House staff, people in this headquarters hotel, is this. The Ford people seem a lot more confident now about their vote count. They seem to think now that they have the votes to get the nomination. On the other hand, they're very worried about this 16C thing that'll be coming up tonight, the move to force the president to name his running mate early. One of the reasons they are worried is that the Ford organization, we're told, conducted a poll, and it showed that while they would win on the issue, they'd probably win by a very thin margin, about 10 votes or so. Ford people know just as well as anybody else, when you've got a margin that thin, anything can happen. They also know that if somehow the Reagan forces should push that through, then there's a good chance that it's going to cost Mr. Ford some votes somewhere if he does have to name that nominee early. So that's why they're going to be working very hard against 16C tonight. And by the same token, I suppose that's why the Reagan folks will be working very hard to try to get it approved. Walter?
This has been a crucial day as well for the president's challenger, Ronald Reagan. Barry Seraphin reports on what he's been up to.
Walter, first of all, the Reagan camp is operating on the premise that the actual delegate battle is much closer than most counts indicate. Based on that premise, Governor Reagan today was busy going from hotel to hotel, delegation to delegation, stressing two main things. First, reiterating very firmly that he would not accept a vice presidential spot on a Ford ticket if the incumbent were to be this convention's nominee. Reagan said over and over again that he would instead go back to the private life, turning out speeches, turning out radio broadcasts, syndicated news columns, thereby maintaining what he called his independence to criticize government policy when he thought that was warranted. Now, second, he's been emphasizing and stressing this Rule 16 battle. This is a Reagan proposal which would force Mr. Ford to name his prospective running mate in advance of the presidential balloting tomorrow. Reagan has been arguing to delegations that since he has named his potential running mate, Senator Schweiker, in advance, the delegates have a right to know who Mr. Ford would choose. This is a point he's been making throughout the day, over and over again. The Reagan people think that this is a test of strength, that a win on this issue would indicate Reagan's strength within this convention. And they think that anyone Mr. Ford might have to name in advance would be liable to offend someone and would cost him some delegate support somewhere within this convention. Most observers with whom I've talked think that a win by the Reagan people on this issue would not automatically mean a nomination victory for Governor Reagan tomorrow. They feel, however, that a loss might fatally hurt his nomination chances. The people in the Reagan camp don't go that far. They do have their own delegate head count on the Rule 16 fight. They're not revealing it. They're not saying whether they see a win or a loss, but they don't appear to be too worried. I think they think they've got a good chance on this one, Walter.
The reason that this is so critical, of course, is because the balance between the Ford and the Reagan forces when it comes to the presidential balloting tomorrow night is so narrow. As according to our CBS News delegate poll, however, President Ford at this moment is running around 11 votes more than those he needs. He needs 1130 tomorrow night. Our delegate count indicates he's got 1141. In other words, he would win it. Reagan has 1,040, and there's still 78 undetermined. But anything such as this Rule 16 fight could overturn those delegate counts. So it won't be final, of course, until the balloting is actually done tomorrow night. Now, 16C is going to be a very interesting parliamentary fight tonight. A lot of things are going to happen out there as the matter comes up. And Bruce Morton on the podium is going to be following it all the way through, and he'll be able to tell us what is happening from the podium, we assume, Bruce. Now, and you can tell us at least in advance what you expect to happen. Bruce?
Walter, what we've learned are the ground rules for this fight, kind of a modified Marquis of Queensberry. It'll work this way. Kent Magoo, who's the Ohio State chairman and also the chairman of the convention's Rules Committee, will read a report on all the rules, everything the committee considered. That's supposed to take about 5 minutes. Then there will be 30 minutes of debate on this vice presidential rule number 16C. Tom Curtis, the former congressman from Missouri, will lead the pro-Reagan forces along with 3 other unnamed speakers. There'll be 6 unnamed speakers for the Ford side. Neither side wants to tell the other one who its heavy hitters are going to be. Then there's a vote. There are also all sorts of rumors about other proposed rules changes. Those presumably would get 5 minutes debate per side apiece. We'll see how it goes. Walter?
Okay, Bruce. Our floor correspondents, of course, are going to be following all of these intricate maneuverings tonight among the delegates on that rules fight. They can tell us what they expect at the floor. First, Roger Mudd. Roger?
Walter, President Ford's floor agents have been working the floor in the last 20 minutes. I've talked to several of them, Dean Birch and Bill Timmons, and they are nervously confident. Dean Birch says they think they'll win by about 25, even though an earlier report said they thought it would be about by 10. The biggest argument against Rule 16C, as the Reagan bandwagon slows down a little, is that voting for it would mean that the door would be left open for a Reagan vice presidency. And that's the argument you hear in this section of the floor. Dean Birch said if we lose this, we don't expect to, but if we lose it, it will certainly heighten the anticipation for tomorrow morning. One member of the Ford staff said President Ford should never reveal his vice presidential selection except in his will. Now to Mike Wallace.
Well, there are 2 vital delegations here in this part of the floor, Walter. New Jersey and Mississippi, and both of them caucused this afternoon on this item, this vice presidential item called 16C. And neither one of them gave the Reagan people the support that they wanted. In New Jersey, 67 votes, 61, according to our understanding, against the Reagan 16C amendment, 4 for it, 2 abstentions. Now, all along, they've been saying in New Jersey there are hidden votes for Ronald Reagan and his proposals in that Jersey delegation. None showed apparently this afternoon, and I think that's what we're going to see here this evening. 61 out of 67 against 16C. The big surprise, as you reported, Walter, on your evening news tonight, was Mississippi. They held a caucus this afternoon, and they voted 31 to 28 against 16C. Now, some people say that's Ford's strength. Some people say that some of the Reagan people went along because they didn't want Gerald Ford to have to nominate Ronald Reagan for his vice presidency or for his vice presidential running mate before this thing came to its climax tomorrow. The fact remains, though, that they voted as a unit. And so there are going to be 30 votes in this Mississippi delegation cast against Ronald Reagan's 16C. Now to Dan Rather.
This section of the floor have been talking to various delegates, and it's very difficult to find a delegate on either side of this issue of trying to force President Ford to name his vice presidential selection before the presidential nomination. It's very difficult to find anybody on either side of that who believes if the president is forced to do that he won't name Howard Baker of Tennessee. The general thinking is that if 16C passes, that Baker's chances for the vice presidential nomination jump considerably. It's speculation on everybody's part, but that is the speculation that runs fairly heavily down here. The big delegation to watch, as far as this particular section of the floor is concerned, is Pennsylvania. It's one where, frankly, if the Reagan forces are going to get what they want tonight on this issue of forcing President Ford to get out front with his vice presidential nomination, that they've got to win over some people in the Pennsylvania delegation. Our own straw poll of the delegation done late this afternoon indicates that they won't be able to do that. We have in the Pennsylvania delegation a rough vote of 85 against the proposal, 18 in favor of Amendment 16C. To repeat for emphasis, if that holds in Pennsylvania, it's difficult to see how the Reagan forces can win. The Nixon people, the slip of the tongue, sorry to say, the Ford people were out here very early this evening checking out all of their communications equipment. They still have on the floor, by far, an organizational setup that is much better than anything the Reagan people have put out. They have walkie-talkie plus telephone communication. They have a lot of experienced convention people. The Reagan people, by comparison, are far more inexperienced and have a far less efficient telephone system. As far as I know, they don't have any walkie-talkie system at all. Over in the Texas delegation, Ray Barnhart, the chairman of that delegation, who figures he can deliver, if not all of his 100 delegate votes for the Reagan side of this proposal on the vice presidential matter, was telling his delegates this afternoon that this evening's session may last well past midnight, and said, Mr. Barnhart, to his delegates, stick it out. Snore in place if you have to, but don't let your body depart. Now to Morton Dean.
At the risk of restating the obvious with a sense of discovery, this issue does create a face-off situation between Mr. Reagan and Mr. Ford, but it's not quite just that. It's more than that. There are a couple of things happening on the floor which could muddy the entire outcome of this vote on the 16C, the vice presidential issue. Some Ford people say they are going to vote against President Ford on this amendment. They seem to be saying that while they want to buy a Ford, they want to see what the accessories will look like before completing the purchase. And we hear from some Reagan delegates, we've only talked with a few, but some few Reagan delegates who say they are going to vote against Reagan on this amendment because they think it's unfair. And as an example of the kind of intense pressure and the kind of battle that is being waged here, Walter, on just about every, if not every seat in this hall, is this little piece of paper handed out by the President Ford Committee. It says, vote no on 16C, and said that you should oppose the amendment because it prevents a Ford-Reagan ticket, since Governor Reagan could not at this time consent to the president's vice president as required by the amendment. Point 2, it eliminates the consultation with Governor Reagan for the president's vice presidential nomination. In other words, the Ford people are saying, look, Reagan's not going to win this presidential nomination, and unless you vote against 16C, Reagan is not going to be considered for vice president, nor will he have a say in the vice presidential nominee the president finally picks. Got that, Walter?
I think I have, Morton. There are other subtleties in the matter, too, as suggested by Dan Rather there, and that's that if 16C is voted tonight, the chances of President Ford naming tomorrow morning a moderate in order not to sway against him any of those who would support people on the fringes is greatly enhanced. And that would be, for instance, Howard Baker, although there are other moderates who might satisfy both the liberals and the more conservatives in the party. And so we're all sort of standing aside here for the shootout in the KC stockyards. The Republican National Convention coverage by CBS News will resume after this message. Back here at Kemper Arena, the session is scheduled to begin in about 13 minutes from now, the session that may tell whether President Ford will get the nomination of his party or will it be the challenger, Ronald Reagan. Eric Severide and Bill Moyers are going to, of course, be watching this rules fight with us tonight. They have some thoughts for us, gentlemen.
Well, this matter of the vice president, pretty important matter for the country. It's a pity if a president is forced to choose in terms of winning a nomination rather than in terms of winning the election and in terms of the future of the country should a president suddenly cease to be alive and a vice president becomes president. After all, 4 out of the last 6 presidents, I think it is, were vice presidents. So, of course, the Ford people were going to oppose this. He wants somebody who can help him in the election, most of all, but also somebody who could be president if necessary. If he loses this rule fight tonight, then I think what Walter and Dan Rather were suggesting probably is true, don't you think, Bill? It'd be someone like Baker, an inoffensive moderate.
Yes, and you really do need to keep in mind that this proposal was not born out of any great thirst for reform. They tell a story down in Texas about a fellow who had to get... had to have a shotgun wedding. He thought that's the only way you ought to get married after that, since it took the onus off his own indiscretion. Well, Ronald Reagan's trying to turn this convention into a double shotgun wedding. Eric, he wants to try to cost forward the support of delegates who will be angered no matter whom he chooses.
The high moral tone of this amendment they propose, they say the fiasco of the Democratic choice in 72 has shown that the problem is very real and must be solved. That they're talking about the Eastland case. They do not talk about the business of Mr. Agnew in 72, or 68, rather.
Well, would 10 hours make that much difference?
That's the point. The people would have 10 hours to react politically, whether they are mad at whoever makes that choice or not, but to react in terms of investigating a man, finding out about his character, his finances, his health. It's absurd. It'd do nothing.
It also violates the fundamental rule of politics, which is reciprocity. It would mean that the winner, the presidential nominee, would be unable to select the loser as his running mate. And that's a kind of closing down of possibilities that turns politics into an ideological feud instead of an agent or instrument of reconciliation.
There's also the secondary, long-distance practical matter. Future conventions, you'd set a precedent here. So that if you came into the next convention in 4 years with several candidates, each with a big block of delegates, thinking they have a real serious chance to be president, none of them could designate one of the others as vice president in advance. The show would be over. They would have betrayed all their followers. That's a secondary consideration, but it's a very real one.
Well, if a liberal nominee for president, for example, or conservative, announces 10 hours in advance that he's selecting someone of the opposite persuasion, he doesn't make the other people necessarily happy, and he's likely to make his own people very unhappy. On the other hand, if he chooses a liberal, he runs the risk of making the battle more pitched and enduring and unreconcilable.
The selection is much more important for what's happening here, of course, than it is for next November. No vice president on a ticket has ever increased a presidential candidate's vote by a popular vote more than about 2%. So they can bring in an occasional state like LBJ in 1960 with Kennedy, helped to give him Texas and Louisiana, helped to elect him. That was a very close calculation. But even on the national vote, I think even LBJ cost him a little bit.
I would suspect that as of right now or tomorrow morning, Gerald Ford doesn't really know whom he should take for the best interest of the party or for the best interest of the country.
No, and I think he has to find out what happens here tonight before he does. Back to Walter Cronkite.
We'll be back in 1 minute with more CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention. as this crucial session of the Republican National Convention is just 10 minutes or so away. It is generally agreed, apparently, in Kansas City tonight that the momentum is now with President Ford. Nearly all of the delegate polls by various news media indicate that Ford has gone over the top, somewhere around a margin of 5 to 10 votes. And UPI, the United Press News Service, today quoted a Reagan aide as saying, "He's lost it. I don't see how he can pull it off." Well, John Sears, his campaign manager, a very smart political manager, and Ronald Reagan himself hoped to pull it off by such maneuvers as the fight on Rule 16C tonight, possibly a fight, too, over the platform. That comes up tonight, too. The 21,000-word document that sets how the candidate should campaign and what the Republican Party stands for. There are going to be some amendments offered tonight. One will be an amendment supported by the Reagan forces and the so-called independent conservatives here that would in effect criticize the Henry Kissinger, Gerald Ford foreign policy. That matter will be before the floor later tonight if they get these rules things settled before dawn tomorrow. 16C is really the name of the game because that comes up first, a major test vote. We haven't had a test vote of this nature in a political convention since, well, 1964 at any rate, when the liberal Scranton forces put a platform fight before the convention, lost it, and it was proof that the Goldwater forces indeed controlled that convention in San Francisco. Roger Mudd is with a Georgia delegate who is against the vice presidential amendment, but is going to vote for it anyway, I gather, Roger.
Well, this is Matt Mattingly. He's the state chairman of the GOP in Georgia. If Ronald Reagan is going to win on 16C, he's going to have to get all the votes he can get. Georgia is a Reagan state, but already there are some votes in Georgia that will not vote for 16C. Why is that, Mr. Mattingly?
Well, Roger, I believe they see it as maybe just an attempt by John Sears, the campaign technique to try to possibly not necessarily embarrass the president, but try to put him in a corner to change some delegate votes. And I think both Reagan supporters and Ford supporters see this. I think this could be indicative tonight of the vote and how it goes.
Well, is it true that while you do not favor 16C, you're going to have to vote for it?
Yes, I will. But there's a lot of people in the delegation, I think a lot of other delegations that are not necessarily bound like I am by that moral obligation or obligation by law. And I think that this vote, no matter how it comes out tonight, is probably not going to be indicative of the vote tomorrow night. Because I think that as it stands right now, I believe President Ford probably has the edge. And the only way that probably the governor has a hope of trying to win the nomination is trying to get the president to name his vice presidential nominee.
Thank you, Walter.
Most of the Mississippi delegation remains officially uncommitted on the question of who should be the presidential nominee, but they made up their minds today on this rules fight. Mike Wallace is with the delegation chairman, Gil Carmichael.
And, Walter, as you know, Gil Carmichael is the leader of the Ford forces in Mississippi. He ran for governor down there, and he almost took it last year. Gil Carmichael, 30 votes against Ronald Reagan's 16C in Mississippi. How come?
It was a vote today, and it couldn't help but be interpreted as a Ford vote, a pro-Ford vote. There was a real desire in the delegation to be very fair. And
well, you people voted 31-28.
31-28, that's right.
One person not there.
Right.
And then, as a result of that, you do invoke the unit rule, so it is 30-0. Now, does that reflect the fact that certain Reagan people simply went along with you? Explain the vote to us.
No, I think what happened is, like Deanie Pace today, the decision was made. The Ford strength has been there, and a lot of people didn't believe it. There's a strong support for President Ford and a strong support for Governor Reagan, and this brought it out. We kind of divided up in the room and cast our votes like that. So Clark Reed voted for 16C, but he's committed himself to President Ford. So that gives us 32 votes, which I'd say the president's got 16-plus votes tomorrow night.
What you seem to be saying is that the Mississippi delegation could go for President Ford for the nomination.
That's right.
Tomorrow night.
That's right.
One quick note. Yesterday morning, Walter, you remember Deanie Pace was the uncommitted delegate from Mississippi who said that she was going to give us the news first. Miss Pace, You've now decided in favor of
President Ford.
Gerald Ford.
Right.
And you say that you were going to get a message from up on high. Is that where you got it?
Pardon me? Yes, I prayed all night last night.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
All right. 30 votes against 16C in Mississippi, and conceivably a Ford majority for the nomination in Mississippi, which would be a big surprise tomorrow night, Walter.
Please let me make that point.
Dan Rather is with one of the Ford floor leaders who will be watching his delegates closely on these floor fights, Carl Curtis of Nebraska. Senator, come in, Dan.
Senator Curtis, what is the strongest argument that you've found to use with people who say, well, I'm going to vote for President Ford for the presidential nomination, but I really want to support the Reagan people on this matter of getting the president out front with his vice presidential choice?
Well, first, I don't know any Ford people who do that.
You don't know a single one?
No. This is a scheme to lock Schweiker in for vice president. Reagan has his package. If the convention would vote to force Ford to have a package, they'd vote between the two packages, and Schweiker would be home free. Schweiker can't be nominated on the floor of this convention in a straight-out fight. Now, if this new rule is adopted, it locks Schweiker in if Reagan wins. If Ford wins, it locks Reagan out. It's foolish. Why, it would prevent Ford from even conferring with Reagan about vice president because he couldn't do it until after the contest's over.
Now, just before we went on the air, a few minutes, there were 3 or 4 members of the Texas delegation over here, Reagan supporters, who were trying to convince you that that wasn't true. Did you find that argument persuasive with them?
Not at all. They can't explain away Schweiker. They can't nominate him on this floor. And this is a ruse to lock him in without a direct vote.
Who would run best? You're a Ford backer. You want President Ford to get the nomination. Who would run best with him in Nebraska?
Reagan. And that's locked out if they vote for this new rule.
You think there's any chance that Reagan would accept it despite what he said?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes?
Now he would say no. He probably would say no still till Thursday morning. But at least he can be consulted. And in the past, I've known a lot of candidates who said no, and in the morning they said yes.
Walter, that's the kind of argument the Ford supporters are giving against 16C.
And, of course, what Senator Curtis is talking about is the fact that there's a large movement on the behalf among the more conservative delegates here that even if their candidate Reagan is nominated for the presidency, they would vote against his vice presidential choice, Richard Schweiker, when it got to that vote on Thursday. It seems that almost every few minutes now, since, well, early this afternoon at any rate, we get another little indication from our delegate count that Ford is building his momentum. We just got word from our people who are keeping track of the delegates one by one, feed them into our computers, that Teddy Bailey, a delegate from Virginia, just told CBS that he would vote for President Ford. He'd previously been counted by CBS as having no preference, so now the Ford delegate count by CBS goes up another one to 1,141. The convention is just getting underway now, this crucial session of the convention, with the trooping of the colors into the hall. CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention will continue in a moment.
CBS News continues its special report, Campaign 76. The second session of the Republican National Convention from the Kemper Arena in Kansas City. This portion is sponsored by the people of Ford Motor Company on behalf of Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealers. Ford wants to be your car company.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held, and the twilight's last whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallant. bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That was Gordon McRae, popular singer, singing the national anthem opening this session of the convention.
The invocation will be given by one of my good friends in the Congress, one of the outstanding members in the Congress from the 1st District of Minnesota, a delegate at large, the Honorable Al Quie.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you that also, besides the invocation, if you would communicate with God in your own way. Let us bow our heads and hearts. O Lord God, we acknowledge that you created and planned all in the universe and created us in your image. Our hearts are filled with thanksgiving this evening that you care for us, that we can safely worship you and share with others our belief in you, that we as a minority in this nation can assemble to state what we stand for and select our Republican choice for president and vice president. Oh, that your presence may infect us. Fill us with your wisdom through your Holy Spirit. We have differences of opinion, as you know, and help us that we might love each other with the love of Christ as we push for what we believe in and who we believe in. And while we need your forgiveness, O Lord, help us, above all, to be forgiving of others. And lastly, may I remind all of us who are gathered here of your words to your disciples when James and John asked to sit at your right hand and left hand in your kingdom. And you said, we are to be different. Whoever would be great must be a servant, just as the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve and give his life as a ransom for many. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
The convention is now going to hear some brief remarks on the POW missing in action issue from Lieutenant Colonel Raymond Shump. Colonel Shump retired from the Army in 1973 after being a prisoner of war for 5 years from 1968 to 73 in Vietnam. On Thursday, the North Carolina delegation is considering honoring Colonel Shump by putting his name into nomination on the vice presidential ballot. Thereafter, in the early part of this evening, for around 15 minutes or so, there are remarks to be heard from Representative Millicent Fenwick of New Jersey, and Patricia Hooter, the president of the National Federation of Republican Women, and then the introduction of Senator Connally, former Senator Connally, former Governor Connally, excuse me. The presiding officer tonight is the temporary chairman, Senator Bob Dole of Kansas.
I would ask you, if all possible, if you would please take your seats. We have a most important guest. It is my honor to introduce to you one of the greatest Americans of our generation. No one appreciates how long a single day is until he has spent days as a POW in a communist prison. Colonel Raymond Shump, delegate from North Carolina, spent 5 years as a POW during the Vietnam War. With him in that communist prison camp was a friend of mine, John Dunn from Hutchinson, Kansas. It would be emotional for me to tell you the dynamic faith in God, country, and liberty that Ray Shump had himself engendered in his fellow prisoners. Decorated for his bravery with 2 Silver Stars, 2 Legions of Merit, 3 Purple Hearts, and 2 awards of the Combat Infantry Badge, it is the greatest of honors for me to introduce to the entire free world Colonel Raymond Shump and Mrs. Shump. Colonel Shump.
Senator Doyle, distinguished guests, fellow Republicans. As I stand here before this convention and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, I pray that He will bless the men and their families of whom I am about to speak. As you all know now, my background is largely that of a career soldier, and now for at least the past 2 years a small businessman. As you will immediately become aware, I am neither a politician or a speaker. However, I do claim a cherished and priceless title, the most important in these United States. I am a private citizen of this republic. With your permission tonight, I shall exercise not only some of the rights and privileges of that citizenship, but more importantly, some of the responsibilities that go along with the title. That is, quite simply, to come here and speak to you of the things that are on my mind and in my heart concerning the condition and the direction of our country. Having spent 5 years of my life denied the freedoms I once took for granted, I came to realize just how precious those freedoms really are, and today I cherish them beyond words. I attribute my homecoming to 3 basic faiths: faith in God, faith in my country, faith in my fellow man. It is altogether fitting and timely in this year of our 200th anniversary as the greatest republic of all time to reaffirm ourselves to the preservation not only to those basic faiths of which I spoke, but to the basic principles on which this country was founded. America is the only country in the world who knows the true cost of freedom, and that cost can only be measured in human life and personal sacrifices. Regardless of your feelings and mine on the Vietnam War or how it was conducted, what is more important today is how to resolve the last chapter of the Vietnam War. How to obtain the release of the remaining men still being held and the return of those who died so that they may be properly buried. As a typical average American, I do not understand the intricacies of the world of politics, but I am learning fast. We elect individuals to political office with a fervent hope they will protect our rights and liberties and love America as much as we do, individually and collectively. That personal gain and quest for political power will not be the overriding consideration when hard decisions must be made on our behalf. However, my efforts on behalf of our prisoners of war and missing in action has given me pause to wonder. Where are the patriotic leaders in our country who will take a stand on behalf of the men they asked to serve? Today, in this great and free nation of ours, there are many wives and children and parents who have only love to keep alive their hope for a loved one listed as a prisoner of war or missing in action. Only God knows how many men are trying to stay alive on memories of such a love. We do not know the status of over 1,000 men listed as missing in action. These men left this country and endorsed our nation's commitment to its allies. That endorsement was not accomplished merely by a signature on a bill or a treaty, but by personal sacrifice of life and freedom. Nor do they enjoy any of the rights and privileges that we often take for granted and for which they were willing to pay the ultimate price. Must their endorsement now be forfeit while amnesty is granted to those who refuse to support our national interests? The idea that this manner of recognition of patriotism and dedication to duty is becoming the in thing, and it is a fearsome thought indeed. As a matter of national integrity, we are morally bound to a complete accounting and recognition of these lost men. Are we, the American people, going to allow the leadership of this country that committed these men, these lost men, to their fate now be forgotten? Right now, more than ever before, we must return integrity and moral commitment to our government. The Democrats did not consider a platform for the prisoners of war or missing in action. However, I noted with great interest last month at the Democratic Convention that a draft evader from the Vietnam War was an elected delegate and spoke to that convention and asked for open-door amnesty and then was nominated as Vice President of the United States of America. Perhaps I am approved, but frankly, I don't want a draft evader or a deserter to have anything to say or to speak for me. Resolve today, now, that you will rededicate yourself to the cause of the National League of Families and end this anguish of these brave men and their families. This is the humanitarian way, but more importantly, it is the American way. Some of these men died in my presence, and I can assure you, not one ever lost his faith in his country, in his God, or in you, his fellow man. is the nation that has no heroes. Shameful is the one that having them forgets. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Lieutenant Colonel Raymond Shump of Fayetteville, North Carolina, for 5 years a prisoner of war in Vietnam. The convention will now hear from Millicent Fenwick, a congresswoman from New Jersey. But meanwhile, on the floor, all of the talk is about the big fight to come tonight on that Rule 16C that would require President Ford to name his vice presidential running mate no later than tomorrow morning. For more on that fight over that rule change, here's Morton Dean with Representative Margaret Heckler of Massachusetts. Morton?
Of course, this is a Reagan-Ford fight. Most of the conservatives are siding with Mr. Reagan on this, but there's an interesting sidelight in that Congresswoman person, what do you prefer? Congresswoman Heckler is a moderate, and she, in general terms, agrees with the Reagan position, but you won't be voting on that position. Why not?
I don't really agree with the requirement that the presidential candidate select his nominee before the nomination. I totally disagree with that. But I do agree that it is in the public interest to have all presidential candidates suggest to the press and to the public the names of their potential running mates. And I feel that would be a reform and would focus on the vice presidency. So that I agree in part, but not with the specifics of this. I think this particular 16C is really a political gimmick by a very shrewd but desperate campaign manager, and it's not a real reform.
But if you're saying on the one hand that the people, the press should know the type of men or women who are being considered for the vice presidency, well, why not agree with the idea of having Mr. Ford name his man?
Oh, I think that would be disastrous. I feel that the advantage of having the public and the media know who the candidates are thinking of as their running mates is that it would allow the exposure of these candidates to public view. The scrutiny of the press, the scrutiny of the public would then bring out the reflections on Connally, for example, which came out and which were helpful. I do feel that the question of selection before the nomination goes too far. It ties the presidential candidate's hands. It makes him refer to the convention instead of the body politic.
Okay,
it's wrong.
But you would like for the next convention that there be some kind of an arrangement or rule that a man running for the president says, here, I'm considering the following individuals.
Yes, I do. I feel that kind of a reform would be in the public interest. It would give us an idea who these vice presidential hopefuls might be. Their names would be before the public.
I want to put you right on the hot seat now.
Right.
If this was a Ford measure, as opposed to it being a Reagan measure, you might be voting a bit differently on this.
No, I really would not, because I think that this convention does not represent the American people in its totality. And if I were to vote for that proposition, I would then be saying that this convention is representative and that the presidential candidate should reflect the needs of the convention and should go out to the convention and get the delegate strength and use that as a tool in choosing the vice presidency. I think that's wrong.
Okay, Congresswoman Heckler of Massachusetts. Walter?
The Republican National Convention coverage by CBS News will continue after this message. How do the Reagan forces look on this crucial fight on 16C tonight? Well, one of the people who can tell us is with Mike Wallace down there, Lynn Nofziger. He's the Reagan News Secretary. Mike?
Walter, actually, he's with Cassie Mackin of NBC at this moment. She's talking to him. Lynn Nofziger, as you know, has been with Ronald Reagan for, virtually since the beginning of his political career. He's very savvy, knows California politics, knows national politics, and he's undoubtedly read in on 16C. Let's join and have a pooled conversation here if we can.
On the nomination tomorrow.
Can you, it looks like right now they are not going to go Reagan's way. Were you surprised at that at this point in time? Weren't you really hoping they would fall in with you?
Well, Kathy, I'm not going to go with your assumption. I still think that we have a chance to get them to go our way.
Thank you. Lynn Nosfinger, and now to Tom Brokaw.
Lynn, I wonder if you would look over here at camera 7 that has the CBS light on it.
Oh, I see camera 7. Some girl waving up there.
All right, now then. The Ford people have been putting out some literature which says vote no against 16C. I wonder if you'd answer their objections. They're suggesting that people oppose 16C because, 1, it prevents a Ford-Reagan ticket since Governor Reagan could not at this time consent to be the president's vice president as required by the Sears Amendment.
Mike, that's a phony issue, and they know it. Governor Reagan has made it very clear that he would not accept the vice presidency. It has no validity at all. It just wouldn't happen.
Number 2, it eliminates consultation with Governor Reagan for the president's vice presidential nomination, that is a fact. Obviously, the man is hardly going to call in Ronald Reagan and say, look, Ron, I want to name a vice president. I want your advice about all this, but I can't do it on account of 16C. I've got to do it before I can sit down and talk to you.
No, that's not true. If Gerald Ford wants to call the governor, I'm sure the governor will take his call.
I'm sure that he'd take his call, but he's hardly going to get that kind of a call. Look,
well, these are excuses, though, Mike. These are merely excuses. Most of the Ford people admit that this is a good proposal, and the only thing they're saying is don't do it this year because it might affect us.
I think that people across the United States are saying it's a very good idea, but why change the rules in the middle of the game? Why not look forward to 1980? Why not let's take our time and understand better how to choose a vice presidential candidate?
We are not in the middle of the game, Mike. In the first place, they've been at this for almost 4 years trying to figure out a way, without contradiction. Most people say this is a good way. The fact is that it is a good way, and
it's your only way, as a matter of fact, at this moment, Lynn. You know it.
Well, that's not so. I think that we're going to win on the platform issue, and I think we're going to win tomorrow night.
All right. The bottom line, of course, is votes. Make a prediction for us. Is it going to carry? If so, by how many?
Mike, it's going to carry, and I have never been so dumb as to give you a count.
You know that you lost Mississippi today. You know
I'm aware.
You know that you're not getting the votes that you had hoped for in New Jersey. You need all of those votes.
No, I don't. All I know is what Senator Case said, and he's been wrong before.
Well, Senator Case has just told me 62 out of 67 votes in New Jersey are going against 16C. One abstention for 16C. You need these votes, and you just don't seem to have them, at least in this part of the floor.
There are 167 votes right here on this part of the floor that are going to vote for 16C.
And those votes are going to come from California. I guess you can count on those. Thank you, Lynn.
I think we can.
Walter?
That floor fight is not very far away, the actual counting of it. When the floor fights begin, not all the action's going to be down there on the floor either. Some of it's going to be in the periphery of this area. The strategy for each side, the directions to the delegates and to the delegate hunters on the floor is run from the trailer area just outside the hall. Jim McManus is out there.
They're called communications trailers, or in more military parlance, command posts. The one behind us belongs to President Ford. Security here is so tight that these trailers are checked every day for electronic bugs and telephone wiretaps. Not that anyone from Washington, D.C. really ought to worry about a thing like that. The trailer behind us now belongs to Ronald Reagan. The general of the Reagan troops is John Sears. He sits here in a politician's version of a broadcast anchor booth. The telephone consoles are marked button by button for each delegation. And to keep track of the proceedings, a battery of television monitors. Area coordinators, 10 of them, man the telephones along the walls in these booths. They're in constant contact with their counterparts on the Kemper Arena floor, each of them responsible for 5 state delegations. In this case, Kentucky, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia. This is the conference room. If Governor Reagan and Mrs. Reagan come here, this is where they will spend their time. And so as the Reagan forces get ready to do battle on the convention floor later this evening, this is the place from which it will all be directed. Jim McManus, CBS News, inside the Reagan command post near the Kemper Arena.
President Ford facing a challenge to nomination from his party, the first such by any political party of an incumbent president since 1912, is gaining momentum this evening. He has added a delegate and another delegate until now. Most of the news media polls of delegations show that he's over the top of the 1,130 needed. We at CBS News show he's got 11 more votes than he needs, but any of that could be upset, and one of the test votes comes tonight on this Rule 16C that would a Reagan-sponsored rule that would force President Ford to name his vice presidential candidate by tomorrow morning. The leader of the Reagan forces here is Senator Paul Laxalt of Nevada. A short while ago, he talked about what he expects on this rules vote with Barry Serafin.
Senator Laxalt, how does the 16C fight shape up from the Reagan point of view?
Well, as of this moment, it looks good. I was a little worried about that Mississippi delegation going on a unit basis against us, but the last word I had a little while ago was that they'll break out on about a 16-14 basis. 16 in favor of Mr. Ford's side of the issue? Yes, and 14 Reagan. And if we can hold it in on that basis, I think we're going to win this fight tonight. Well, beyond Mississippi, what kind of a head count do you have on this issue? Well, we looked at a head count this morning in the 1140 range on the assumption that Mississippi would break out even. So that's the range we're in. It's going to be terribly tight, but I'm very confident we're going to win this. What would a loss mean to the Reagan nomination chances? Well, it would be harmful, of course. Fatal? How harmful? Well, how harmful, Barry, would depend on the extent of the loss. It's inside of 10 votes or so. I don't think it'd mean all that much. But I can't minimize the fact that this is a terribly important test vote for the Reagan people. Perhaps the most important, isn't it? This could well be the shootout.
Barry, a lot of, well, I'll get back to that later. What I was going to say was that Paul Laxalt earlier today had scaled down, it seemed to a lot of reporters, his estimate of first ballot Reagan strength. Now, John Sears, the campaign manager for Reagan, has been saying 1,140 votes on the first ballot, enough to win, obviously, by 10 votes. But today, Laxalt was saying it would be something under 1,130 on the first ballot. An indication that perhaps some of the confidence has been shaken in the Reagan forces. But it's all going to come out in the wash, probably some indication of it, a great indication of it, on this vote on 16C tonight. Besides the Rule 16C fight, there may also be an effort to strike down Rule 18. That is a Ford-sponsored rule that would require the 19 states where the delegates are pledged to vote according to the results of their primary campaigns to vote that way and not to defect. This was aimed primarily at North Carolina, where a lot of the delegates are really Reagan delegates, but according to the way the vote went, most of them will have to vote for Ford on the first ballot. That's the primary vote in North Carolina. There was some talk that they might not vote that way and vote for Reagan instead, and hence this Ford defensive move. That's Rule 18, which will come before the convention also tonight. And then we'll move into the platform fight after the rules matter is settled, assuming that it is settled early enough tonight for this session to go on to a platform. There is some talk that it's possible that the rules fight could go on so long tonight that they would have to go into a daytime session tomorrow to get onto the platform before we move Wednesday night to the balloting for the presidential nomination. The campaign managers don't really want to do that. The convention managers don't want to do that. It's very costly to have a session in the afternoon. One problem they've got is that they use the city's buses to transport the delegates from their convention hotels, some of which are quite a way out of Kansas City, to this Kemper Arena area. And they can't get the buses in the middle of the day when they're used on their normal city routes. So there's a problem involved in changing the schedule to that degree. The Republican National Convention coverage by CBS News will resume after this message. In a very few minutes now, the convention will have presented to it the report of its Credentials Committee. The chairman of that is John McDonald, the Iowa National Committeeman. There were no fights in the Credentials Committee, but there were several challenges brought before the...
The word... Look at you and answer the question.
Here's Mrs. Ford outside the convention hall, and we're told she just had a little fall. Mariah McLaughlin is there.
Well, I hope it's true.
Have you been listening to the reports and how things are going so far tonight?
Oh, yes, I've had the TV on all the time.
Your son, Jack, told me today that he one time said he thought that the president would get 1,200 votes on the first ballot. What do you think about that?
That's a lot.
Don't think it's going to be that good, huh?
I don't know. I hope so.
How are you enjoying Kansas City and the convention?
Very much so, until I just tripped. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. We're sorry if we caused that.
All right. I'm sorry. I tried to keep my eye on you and didn't see the curve.
Back to you, Walter.
Mariah?
Yes.
Somebody handed me a card here just before we got to that picture that she had had a fall out there. Did she fall down?
What she did was she was coming out of the car and down this ramp, which is behind me, and all the reporters, including yours truly, sort of said, Mrs. Ford, and she looked at us, and as she did, there's a sort of a steep incline here. She fell, but the Secret Service men and members of her family grabbed her, and she says she's fine. Back to you, Walter.
Okay, thank you, Mariah. I just had that little bit of a report, and we certainly had to clear it up. We couldn't leave it hanging that way. I'm glad that Mrs. Ford is all right. She's on her way into the hall now, and Mrs. Hutter, the head of the Republican National Federation, or the National Federation of Republican Women, had just completed her remarks. And as I was saying just before Mrs. Ford arrived, John McDonald, the chairman of the Credentials Committee, is about to give his report. There were some delegate challenges, but they were settled in the committee, and no fights will be brought to this floor. As far as we know, none are scheduled, and the time for registering the protests has passed. So the delegate wash, probably some indication of it, a great indication of it, on this vote on 16C tonight. Besides the Rule 16C fight, there may also be an effort to strike down Rule 18. That is a Ford-sponsored rule that would require the 19 states where the delegates are pledged to vote according to the results of their primary campaigns to vote that way and not to defect. This was aimed primarily at North Carolina, where a lot of the delegates are really Reagan delegates, but according to the way the vote went, most of them will have to vote for Ford on the first ballot. That's the primary vote in North Carolina. There was some talk that they might not vote that way and vote for Reagan instead, and hence this Ford defensive move. That's Rule 18, which will come before the convention also tonight. And then we'll move into the platform fight after the rules matter is settled, assuming that it is settled early enough tonight for this session to go on to a platform. There is some talk that it's possible that the rules fight could go on so long tonight that they would have to go into a daytime session tomorrow to get onto the platform before we move Wednesday night to the balloting for the presidential nomination. The campaign managers don't really want to do that. The convention managers don't want to do that. It's very costly to have a session in the afternoon. One problem they've got is that they use the city's buses to transport the delegates from their convention hotels, some of which are quite a way out of Kansas City, to this Kemper Arena area. And they can't get the buses in the middle of the day when they're used on their normal city routes. So there's a problem involved in changing the schedule to that degree. The Republican National Convention coverage by CBS News will resume after this message. In a very few minutes now, the convention will have presented to it the report of its Credentials Committee. The chairman of that is John McDonald, the Iowa National Committeeman. There were no fights in the Credentials Committee, but there were several challenges brought before the...
The word... look at you and answer the question.
Here's Mrs. Ford outside the convention hall, and we're told she just had a little fall. Mariah McLaughlin is there.
Well, I hope it's true.
Have you been listening to the reports and how things are going so far tonight?
Oh, yes, I've had the TV on all the time.
Your son, Jack, told me today that he one time said he thought that the president would get 1,200 votes on the first ballot. What do you think about that?
That's a lot.
Don't think it's going to be that good, huh?
I don't know. I hope so.
How are you enjoying Kansas City and the convention?
Very much so, until I just tripped.
Thank you. We're sorry if we caused that.
All right. I'm sorry. I tried to keep my eye on you and didn't see the curve.
Back to you, Walter.
Mariah?
Yes.
Somebody handed me a card here just before we got to that picture that she had a fall out there. Did she fall down?
What she did was she was coming out of the car and down this ramp, which is behind me, and all the reporters, including yours truly, sort of said, Mrs. Ford, and she looked at us, and as she did, there's a sort of a steep incline here. She fell, but the Secret Service men and members of her family grabbed her, and she says she's fine. Back to you, Walter.
Okay, thank you, Mariah. I just had that little bit of a report, and we certainly had to clear it up. We couldn't leave it hanging that way. I'm glad that Mrs. Ford is all right. She's on her way into the hall now, and Mrs. Hutter, the head of the Republican National Federation or the National Federation of Republican Women, had just completed her remarks. And as I was saying just before Mrs. Ford arrived, John McDonald, the chairman of the Credentials Committee, is about to give his report. There were some delegate challenges, but they were settled in the committee, and no fights will be brought to this floor. As far as we know, none are scheduled, and the time for registering the protests has passed, so the delegate list will be approved without any problems, we expect. Robert Dole is presiding. Let's listen in.
Take your seats, and others may want to hear. If you would make every effort to clear the aisle, there will be important business conducted in about 10 seconds.
We might note that the 2,259 Republican delegates at this convention are, for the most part, as far as we know, none are scheduled, and the time for registering the protests has passed, so the delegate list will be approved without any problems, we expect. Robert Dole is presiding. Let's listen in.
Take your seats, and others may want to hear. If you would make every effort to clear the aisle, there will be important business conducted in about 10 seconds.
We might note that the 2,259 Republican delegates at this convention are, for the most part, middle-aged, white, male, and well-to-do. Average age 48 years, only 7% are under 31 years, 9% are older than 64 years, 97% are white, 1% more than at the 72 convention. The convention now is more than 2 to 1 male, 69% of the delegates men, 2% fewer than 72. The delegates are well off. More than half of them earn more than $35,000 a year. Now here's Chairman John McDonald of the Credentials Committee.
16, 1976. The officers elected to serve at that time were as follows: John C. McDonald, Chairman; Sylvia B. Herman of Maryland, Vice Chairman; Maxine W. Snowden of the District of Columbia, Secretary. At the contest committee hearings, which were held on August 9, 1976 in Kansas City, 3 contests were presented. In turn, the reports of these contests were presented to the Republican National Committee, sitting as a committee of the whole, pursuant to the rules for final action, and no appeals were taken to the Credentials Committee in any of those cases. In 5 states, changes with reference to delegates and alternate delegates were requested and were approved. A letter request for changes in the Oregon delegation was denied. In addition, due to a printing omission, the note which states that, and I quote, opposite each delegate is shown the alternate for that particular delegate, and end of quote, was inadvertently left off of the permanent roll of the state of Florida. In all of the proceedings of the Credentials Committee, we were advised by Mr. Richard Haber, Assistant to the General Counsel, and further utilized the services of the Executive Director of the Contest Committee, Joy Price. Your committee, Mr. Chairman, now moves that the temporary roll of delegates and alternates as presented to this convention on August 16, 1976, as amended in 5 instances in relation to delegates and alternate delegates and corrected in the case of Florida, become the permanent roll of the convention. Thank you.
In case you're wondering, the delegates get here on the following basis. Each state gets 6 at-large delegates and 3 delegates for each congressional district. And additional at-large delegates are awarded on the basis of the state's Republican victories in 1972 and the 72 state and national elections. The next order of business here is the presentation of John Connally for a speech. John Connally, it was said, was planning a rousing speech. Here comes Mrs. Ford to her box, and again she sets off a demonstration from the delegates. She's being assisted to the box by her daughter, Susan Ford. Her son is with her, one of her sons. Mrs. Ford with her son Stephen, the youngest son, who's the student of animal husbandry, wants to raise horses. Susan's daughter, there's Jack, the older son, or oldest son, He had a kind of rough time before the New York delegation today. He was going to speak to the New York delegation in caucus, and the Reagan delegates said that was all right, but they wanted to bring a couple of speakers before the caucus as well, and that started a rumpus. And finally, the state chairman for New York decided to settle the whole thing by simply asking Jack to leave. He was only there for a few minutes. As Susan Ford came into the box there with them is Tony Orlando, the musical star. Gave Susan a big bus. Ronald Reagan's wife isn't in the hall tonight yet. Last night we were privileged to see one of the more unusual scenes in any political convention when Nancy Reagan was getting the plaudits of all the crowd, and right at that point Mrs. Ford arrived. We had a sort of a challenge match of the First Lady and the would-be First Lady as the crowd then divided its attention between Mrs. Ford and Mrs. Reagan. Dividing their cheering as well. If you could have had a meter on the applause and the cheering, maybe you'd have gotten a straw vote of how the Ford and Reagan forces stack up at this convention.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Temporary Chairman Robert Dole finally getting the attention of the convention. We just saw the credentials of these delegates approved without any fights. It was a test vote on credentials in 1952 that gave the convention of that year the first indication that Dwight David Eisenhower is going to defeat the old party leader Robert Taft of Ohio in what up to that point of that test vote had been a neck-and-neck battle all the way. It's credentials of Texas and Georgia that were put before the convention, and the Eisenhower forces won both votes. Now we're going to test vote tonight on a rule change. First, we're going to hear from John Connally, former governor of Texas, former cabinet member under the Nixon administration. And he has been preparing, we have been told, a stem-winding speech. He's capable of delivering it. It's a speech that could excite this convention, possibly influence it. In which direction remains to be seen. He is a Ford supporter. The Texas delegation, however, voted for, is a Reagan delegation, Reagan having swept the primary there. John Connally would like to get the vice presidential bid, although, of course, he hasn't said so in so many words.
May we please have your attention on my right?
I'm sure he'd like to enhance his chances with his speech here tonight.
Last night, hundreds and thousands of Americans who have not had a chance to participate in politics had that opportunity because we had the help of Mrs. Eula Williams. Eula Williams?
I'll talk in a minute.
Okay. I've had literally hundreds of phone calls and telegrams from across this country saying that the Republican Party does have a heart. We are a party of compassion. We are a party who cares. Because of the efforts of Mrs. Williams last night, I wanted you all to thank her. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest will be introduced by a delegate from Rhode Island, a former Special Assistant Attorney General of that state, the present Mayor of Providence, Rhode Island, the Honorable Vincent C&C Jr. Vincent C&C.
He is the first Republican mayor of Providence in modern history. 35 years old, lawyer, former federal prosecutor.
Thank you very much. My fellow conventioneers, the name I'm about to bring to the attention of this convention is a man familiar to you all. But prior to fulfilling that responsibility, I'd like to address myself to Mr. Carter. If he's watching, that is. My name is Vincent Buddy C&C, Mayor of the great city of Providence, Rhode Island. Mr. Carter, I'm not an Italian, but an Italo-American and proud of my ethnic background. When you refused to see the Italo-American delegation last month, you hurt me and offended all my ethnic friends. Let me remind you that the greatest source of manpower for the building of this great nation came from the 23 million foreigners who immigrated to our shores in search of a better opportunity. From them comes the rich variety of cultures that characterizes our American way of life. For too long, ethnics have been treated as votes and statistics by democratic political machines that stifle their hopes, laughed at their ambitions, and scoffed at their dreams. For too long, we've been seen by sociologists and urban planners as figures on a graph, or spoken of in academic terms. Our great Republican Party has seen fit to recognize the needs of our neighborhoods by including our particular interests in this year's platform. This grand old party will rekindle the American dream for the Greek American, for the Polish and Armenian American, for the German, French, and Afro-American, and for the Italo-American too, for they either live in or came from the neighborhoods of this great country. Yes, our Republican ranks contain many of us who are proud that we come from Federal Hill in Providence, from the streets of the north end of Boston, or from Floresville, Texas, because it shall be from the cities and neighborhoods of the East and the West that Republicans, independents, yes, and even Democrats with names that end in O and I or Z or ski, they're the ones who'll help us with the big win, because when we win the neighborhoods, we'll win in November. The man I call your attention to now is one of us. He grew up among the Polish, Mexican, and Czechoslovakian communities of South Texas. He has a unique interest and special understanding for the heritage of this nation and the peoples from the many lands who made it so. His credentials are long and familiar to you all. He was the Secretary of the Navy, the Secretary of the Treasury, a man whose wisdom and judgment has been sought by 4 presidents representing both parties. But he never forgot the friends of his childhood. And while he served as governor of Texas, he personally conceived and supported creation by the state of Texas of a magnificent institute of Texan cultures which depicts and honors the 26 ethnic groups that helped build that great state. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you now a man who knows how to pronounce Italo-American and who knows how to pronounce the word friend. Ladies and gentlemen, the former governor of the great state of Texas, the Honorable John B. Connally.
John Connally, introduced by Vincent C&C, Republican mayor of predominantly Democratic Providence, Rhode Island, the home of Brown University.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mayor Cianci, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, 200 years ago, in the hot summer of 1776, a band of patriots convened at Philadelphia to undertake a task for which there appeared little promise, against odds which seemed insurmountable, against entrenched opposition which seemed impregnable. They met together, debated together, contended together against one another. But when those deliberations were done, they brought forth together a new nation which has changed the course of human history. Now, in this historic summer of 1976, other Americans, representing their countrymen in every region and state, are meeting together here in this nation's heartland, facing a challenge no less formidable than that which confronted the first Americans. Against odds which are long, against opposition which is strong, we are here to take up the challenge of changing our nation's course, changing it away from a reckless and senseless course which threatens both our purse and our principles, changing it in those ways which will restore and preserve America's enduring values and assure America's continuing greatness. As we meet here, we present to our fellow Americans no contrived and cynical facade of artificial unanimity. In full and open view of all of our countrymen, we are debating together, contending together, deciding together. For we have no aims to conceal, no plans to hide, no goals to obscure. And when these deliberations are done, we shall go forth united with one clear goal: to elect a Republican president dedicated to those purposes which the majority of Americans trust, and devoted to those principles for which the majority of Americans stand. Our cause is a proud cause and a just cause. It is also an urgent cause, and it is to that urgency that I will now speak. Across the decades of this troubled century, the tragedies of freedom most often have been wrought by the failure of free people to face the clear and compelling evidence of their freedom's peril. Time and again, free men and women have seen the encroachments upon their lives and liberties, seen the perils stemming from oppressiveness at home and weakness abroad. Yet, seeing all of those signs and signals, they still have waited, hoping, trusting that what they might surely see would somehow be changed. And at this moment in history in America, there is an urgent need for all concerned and caring Americans to acknowledge the meaning, the clear and unmistakable meaning of what is apparent to us all. I know, you know, there is not a segment of the American population which does not know that we're living under the reign of government gone amok. Benevolent objectives, worthy purposes, idealistic goals cannot obscure the ugly and disturbing reality that drastic change has come over the nature of government in this land. At every station in this society, from the citizens who suffer poverty to those who enjoy plenty, government is feared and distrusted. Where once Americans could rejoice that theirs was a government of the people, by the people, for the people, today there is widespread and growing question whether it is now any of those things. What has changed? What has gone wrong? To answer these questions, I believe we must look to the very beginning of our system, to the system being brought into being for us 2 centuries ago. The founders of this nation designed the system on 3 sound principles. First, that it should be a system of checks and balances, a system deliberately designed to prevent factionalism or partisanship from ever gaining absolute and monopolistic control. Second, they further conceived our system as one in which the representatives of the people would be, first and only, accountable to the people who had chosen them to serve. And third, they also envisioned that under this system, the power of high public office, the power of the presidency itself, would be entrusted to leaders known and tested in the national leadership, leaders thoroughly proved in the crucible of power before themselves being entrusted with power. It is by those principles that I believe that all Americans should measure the choices which they must make in this year of crucial decisions. Let me explain what I mean and why this is so important now. 4 weeks ago, the nation watched and listened as the delegates of the Democrat Party met in convention at New York City. Through those proceedings, Americans heard speaker after speaker boasting of their party as the party in control of the American system, the party in control of local government, the party in control of state government, the party in control of the Congress of the United States. On that foundation, the Democrat orators built their case, arguing that they should be given final, absolute, and total dominion over all the power in this system by control of the executive branch of the federal government as well. I believe that is an argument which thoughtful Americans must view with grave alarm. For I say to you, it is time, it is long past time, that we must awaken to the reality that our system is in danger of losing the very balances which assured its success and our personal freedoms. Not in the lifetime of anyone present here, not in the lifetime of the Republic itself, have we been so near as we are now today to the subjugation of the system under the rule of a single party. For 40 of the last 44 years, almost 1/4 of the life of this nation, it is the Democrat Party which has exercised control over both houses of the Congress. During all of that time, not a law has been enacted, not a government agency created, not a single tax dollar spent by the government, except by and with the votes of the Democrat majority controlling that Congress. And the record of those years is a record from which the Democrats cannot escape responsibility. For 40 of the last 44 years, it has been the Democrat Party, through its absolute domination of the Congress, which has relentlessly stoked the fires of inflation that are consuming the savings, the earnings, the hopes, and the aspirations of Americans of all ages in this country today. For 40 of the last 44 years, it has been the Democrat Party, through its total control of the Congress, which has built the federal bureaucracy ever larger and larger and directed the agents of that bureaucracy to penetrate ever deeper and deeper into the conduct of all of this nation's private affairs and our personal lives. Yes, it is the Democrat Party in Congress, the Democrat Party at every level, which has unleashed upon the American people the curse and abomination of government which today careens about so clearly out of effective control. Is this the party which the people of this land now want to entrust with ultimate and final dominion over their lives and liberties? Is this the party which the people want to hold all power over them without a Republican president of the White House willing and able to exercise restraint over the party's willful excesses? You know, as I know, that the answer is no. Not only Not only must we keep a Republican president in the White House, we must in this important year devote ourselves in every district to the demanding task of restoring the balance of party alignment in both houses of the Congress. And who are the people who must lead this charge? Who are the people who must lead this charge for our country? The dedicated Republicans here in this hall tonight. You must help lead the charge. And that challenge is made doubly demanding upon us all by the direction in which the Democrat Party is being moved by the factions now gaining ascendancy. For our founding fathers recognized that as this system must have its checks and balances, it must also function on the principle of accountability, the accountability of elected representatives to those whom they are elected to serve. Here again, the Democrat orators obscure the reality. As that party has moved relentlessly to seize control of every segment of this system, so its controlling segments have moved to contravene this basic principle of accountability. And we must remember that only 2 years ago, the true object of those forces was laid bare for all of us to see. Not only did they seek to elect a veto-proof Congress, a Congress beyond any influence or constraint from a Republican president, but at that time they also undertook to make all Democrat representatives accountable not to the people, but to the party's own narrow caucus and its leadership. The word, you will recall that the word went forth from every state and district that henceforth positions of leadership and influence within the party would be denied them unless they marched in lockstep with the commands of the caucus rather than answering honorably to the dictates of their own conscience, their own beliefs, and their own constituents. And I submit to you that this way is not the way that gave the system or this nation the greatness to which we want to return it now. But against this background, we see the works of the recent Democrat convention in a new and a truer light. At that convention, the Democrat Party of today finally closed the circle. It nominated and submitted to the people as the party's candidate of 1976, a man unknown, a man untested, a man wholly subservient to those factions which are inexorably tightening their control over that party and over the nation. And of this choice, every American, whatever his or her past loyalty, must surely pause to question. Do you want to entrust the leadership of this land for the next 4 years to a man of whom you never heard 1 year ago? Are you willing to place at the helm in these times a commander-in-chief who will not say and may not know where he intends to steer this ship of state? Never in all of the years since America came to occupy a role of world responsibility and leadership has any party ever asked the American people to give their votes to a presidential candidate so little known, so little tested, so little proved as the Democrat Party nominee for 1976. And let me respectfully remind you all, in the big leagues of world leadership, they rarely play softball. What this country needs and must have is more leadership born of a Republican revival. We need more Republican leadership to come to the aid of a besieged and a courageous President of the United States. Leadership begins with honesty, with candor, and with boldness. And we Republicans are not going to try to hoodwink the American people. We never have. The average American knows that we have problems in this changing world, and he's willing to face up to them. We must tell the American people that we cannot promise them cheap energy because the days of cheap energy are over. And the sooner we face that fact, the better off we are as a people. The Republican Party must say to America that there is going to be great pressure on our capacity to produce food and fiber because of an expanding world population. We must face the fact that the present population of the world, 4 billion people, is expected to double in the next 35 years to 8 billion people. We must tell the American people that the future may not be all sweetness and light, because it probably will not be. Only 20% of the people in this world live in relative freedom. The other 80% live under some form of tyranny, and some of those tyrants are sworn to destroy America. And it's time we face that hard, cold fact. We must tell the American people that government cannot give them cradle-to-the-grave security, because it cannot. We must tell the American people that we cannot forever live beyond our income as a nation, because we cannot. Once and for all, we must convince the American people that those who tell us that government can do these things are cruel deceivers, playing on our hopes and our dreams, and they are false prophets who merit only our scorn. We must tell the American people that we're living in a dangerous and a changing world. We no longer are so insulated and self-sufficient that we can continue to be wasteful or extravagant in the use of the world's precious resources. We represent only 5% of the world's population, yet we consume almost 1/3 of the world's raw materials. We must tell the American people that we have seen the end of an era of abundance and affluence, and indeed now face a period of scarcity and sacrifice. People must understand that political promises of impossible achievement end only in bitter disillusionment. But we needn't talk only of problems of America. Let's keep in perspective some of the things that are right with this great nation. Most importantly, we're at peace with the world, a peace brought about by a Republican administration. No American boys are dying on battlefields any place on this earth, and for that we should all be grateful. Secondly, we still proudly wear the mantle of leadership of the free world. We still are the most powerful nation on earth, and we have used that power not for conquest, but for peace and prosperity. Tonight, almost 88 million Americans are gainfully employed, the highest total in the history of this nation, and on a percentage basis more than any other society on the face of the earth. We as a people enjoy the highest standard of living ever attained by any people in recorded history. We have fed more people and fed them better. We've housed more people and housed them better. We've clothed more people and clothed them better. We've educated more people and educated them better than any people since the beginning of time. But it also is not enough just to reflect on our good fortunes. To carry on a Republican revival, we must pledge that the Republican Party will lead the American people in this nation to new strengths. To carry on a Republican revival, we should talk first about new strength and national security. We must remain number one in the world in military strength, whatever that costs. To carry on a Republican revival, we must pledge our leadership to new economic strength and expanded job opportunity and security. The miracle of this nation has been the remarkable economic vitality of our free enterprise system, and we must do battle with those who would stifle it, who would dismantle it, or who would nationalize it. And to carry on a Republican revival, we must pledge to get the federal government off of the backs of our people.
to the small businessman, the proud craftsman, the family farmer. Let's give a pledge of freedom from the bondage of government imposed by regulation and by guideline. Every working man and woman in America have a stake in this action because it affects wages and job security and new job opportunities. To carry on a Republican revival, we stand for an end to deficit spending in this country. We must end deficit spending and the cruel inflation that silently robs all Americans, hurting most those who can afford it least. And when we bank the fires of inflation, as this Republican administration has done, you help every American. No other issue is more vital to the stability and well-being of this nation. The time has come for the Republican Party to lead the fight for a constitutional amendment to prohibit deficit spending except in time of war or national emergency. Finally, and most importantly, the Republican Party must tell America that we are dedicated to the rekindling of the spirit of the individual. Government surely must provide many vital services, and we in this party must be pledged to see that those services are provided efficiently and effectively. But government did not build this nation. The relentless spirit of the individual built this nation. And if we are to face the challenges of the future, we must once again encourage the genius of the individual, not the paternalism of a central government which imposes mediocrity and conformity upon us all. Our founding fathers fashioned a system of rights and privileges which assured life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for the common man. But they also fashioned a system which would provide the climate to produce the uncommon man, founded on our personal freedoms and a free enterprise system of commerce. And it is that climate of responsibility that produced an uncommon man named Abraham Lincoln. It was that climate of opportunity that produced an uncommon man named Thomas Alva Edison and Alexander Graham Bell. It was that climate of opportunity that produced an uncommon man named George Washington Carver and Dr. Jonas Salk. And out there in America tonight are countless more young minds that can become uncommon men and uncommon women. We need those individuals blessed with extraordinary genius for the future of America and the future of this world. We must rekindle that genius and the system of incentive that rewards it. Only in America can the individual soar as high as his God-given talents and personal dedication take him, without the shackles of caste or class. There are those voices in the opposition party who are dedicated to taking away that fountainhead of individual achievement. There are those who would nationalize our economy and reduce all of us to a mass of mediocrity. But down that pathway lies a dull gray cloud of conformity, smothering vitality from all our people and reducing life to hopeless despair. Down that pathway, beyond the loss of economic freedom, lies the loss of all other freedoms. We've enjoyed those freedoms longer than any other nation in history, and we tend to take those freedoms for granted. But listen to one of the world's great spokesmen for freedom. Listen to what Alexander Solzhenitsyn says about freedom and the United States. He says of us, you have the impression that democracies can last, but democracies are islands in an immense river of history, and the water is always rising. Let us pause and think about what Alexander Solzhenitsyn is saying to us. And when we think of the freedoms we enjoy today, let's remember always the immortal words of Thomas Jefferson, deeply engraved in the marble of that magnificent Jefferson Memorial on the tidal basin of Washington, D.C. I swear eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. I do not know how long this nation of personal freedoms will last. It all depends on you and on me and our determination to protect them and our courage to defend them. All we do know is that no society, no nation has remained number one forever. The pharaohs of Egypt created a society marvelous in its architecture and engineering feats, but that civilization was covered by the sands of the desert. The golden age of Greece saw one of the greatest periods of man's time on earth, but that golden age passed into oblivion. The Roman legions conquered the known world, and they brought civilization and Roman law and Roman order. But the great Roman Empire, with all that it left in terms of law and justice and culture and learning, faded into obscurity. The Dark Ages descended upon the world. And with the passing of the Dark Ages, the great colonial powers arose that ruled the world for 400 years. They discovered, they colonized, they educated, but the end of World War II saw the end of the great colonial powers, and the mantle of leadership fell for the first time on the United States. How long will we have it? How long will we bear it? Only you and I can say. How long this civilization, this free society of America will exist, I do not know. I only hope that when the time comes to write of our labors in this great republic, historians will not say of us as they did of the ancient Athenians, they wanted comfort and security more than they wanted freedom, and in the end they lost their comfort, their security, and their freedom. I would hope that when the record of our service is finally written, it will be deeply engraved in the minds of all who follow that up to the very end we were still trying. Up to the very end we were reaching beyond our grasp. Up to the very end we were still daring to expand the horizons of human freedom and human opportunities. Up to the very end we were seeking to broaden our system of social justice and to enrich the lives of all people. Up to the very end we resisted with every fiber of our being the oppressive hand of an all-powerful central and dominating government. And up to the very end we had an abiding faith in an almighty God that there is more good than evil in man. Thank you very much.
John Connally, the former governor of Texas and cabinet member under both Johnson and Nixon. He turned from Democrat to Republican with the Nixon administration. Is a favorite of many members of this convention for a vice presidential nomination, but he is almost equally strongly opposed by many members of the convention. He was acquitted of accepting a bribe to influence an increase in milk price supports. There's some talk that he is on the Watergate tapes from the White House, that part of those have not been made public, but members of the House Watergate Committee that voted impeachment said the Republican members said they did not think he should be on a Republican ticket for that reason, and he's quite a controversial figure before the party, but admitted to be one of the strongest members in public appeal and also in his negotiating capabilities. Incidentally, John Connally turning from Democrat to Republican is not the only member who has made that switch from the Democratic to the Republican Party, and with considerable success. Andrew Johnson did it. He was Abraham Lincoln's vice president, you remember. Wendell Willkie, the standard bearer of this party, back in 1940 did it. Strom Thurmond, senator from South Carolina, was once a Democrat, as was Mills Godwin, governor of Virginia. And of course, we can also name Ronald Reagan, who was once a Democrat and is now a challenger for the Republican nomination himself. There are others, like John Lindsay, the former mayor of New York, who did it the other way around, from Republican to Democrat. Senator former Senator Wayne Morris, the late Senator Wayne Morris of Oregon. He was a Republican, then an independent, and then a Democrat. Won re-election under all of those banners. Now we're coming to the point after the official photograph, which they're about to take of this convention proceeding, of the Rules Committee report, and then that test vote will come on so-called Rule 16C, a Reagan forces effort to demand that President Ford name his vice presidential running mate by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Marty Plisner, our chief delegate counter, who's done that job for us for a long time now and has been extremely accurate at it, has been out taking a rather informal poll on the floor of the convention. He says it appears to him that the vote on 16C will be a straight Ford-Reagan vote. It will be a test vote in that sense. It also, however, if it were a straight vote all the way through, would indicate that Ford would win it, since our CBS News delegate poll indicates that he's got 10 votes more than a majority of this convention. It should be pointed out, however, that for the presidential nomination, it takes a majority of all the delegates. For a vote on the rules change, it will take only a majority of those voting. So that figure may not be 1130. We won't really know what that majority figure is until we know how many actually vote. Of course, if it goes over 1130, clearly that is a majority of the entire convention. Will have to be considered a victory. The Connally supporters in this convention are continuing a demonstration for their man. There were some reports that John Connally had been told by President Ford that he was no longer under consideration as a possible vice presidential running mate for President Ford. Connally himself has denied that he had been told that, but there seems to be some evidence that may have happened. That would be because of strong opposition in the party, while Connally would bring a lot of support for the party in the South particularly. He also is not viewed with as much favor in the northeastern section of the country. There's some talk that Connally was hoping to get Ronald Reagan to suggest to President Ford that Connally would be the man to bring the party together after this bruising fight for the nomination and the presidency. And maybe that will happen. Now the Connally demonstration has turned into a Ford demonstration.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? Or take anybody's seat, but please sit down.
Bob Dole, temporary chairman of this convention, trying to get order. Pounding the gavel on that
We're about to take an official
40 feet of timber that gives a good resonance to this hall.
part of our convention. So if you'll please take your seats. Thank you very much.
be no particular reason for this demonstration at the moment. Ford and Reagan people are trying to outshout each other. Maybe it's their last big effort before they get to the Rules Committee vote on 16C. But Bob Dole has had very little luck getting them to attention. Here he's trying once more.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, thank you. Delegates and alternates, please be seated, and the delegates and alternates, please be seated. Will the delegates and alternates, please be seated. Will the delegates and alternates in the balcony, please be seated, and on the floor, please be seated. On my right, please be seated. Will the delegates and alternates please be seated? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your special attention is needed at this time. Your special attention is needed at this time. Will the delegates and alternates please be seated? And will our guests in the balcony please let us proceed? Will our delegates and alternates on my left please be seated? Convention, the
those who are running it, the convention management, resorts to music to try to finally bring a close to this demonstration that seemed to have no particular takeoff point and perhaps no place to go either. But both the Reagan and the Ford groups were all shouting for their particular candidate. Music has been used to try to calm conventions and excite them in the past. The first time we've seen it necessary in a political convention for 4 or 5 conventions.
Will the delegates and alternates please be seated? Thank you very much. I remember in 1972, and first let me thank our distinguished speaker, Governor John Connally, and I am very proud that he's now a Republican. I remember in 1972 in Miami when I was chairman of the Republican Party, the most exciting event was taking the official photograph. But I can see from this audience and from the enthusiasm here that you may have other things in mind. But in any event, the time has come to take the historical official photograph of this 31st Republican Convention. The official photographer is David Ludwig of Kansas City, Missouri. Now, if all the alternates and delegates please be seated, and the delegates and alternates, please be seated. Will the delegates and alternates please be seated? Will the delegates and alternates in the balcony please be seated, and on the floor please be seated. Will the delegates and alternates on my right please be seated? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your special attention is needed at this time. Your special attention is needed at this time. Will the delegates and alternates please be seated? And will our guests in the balcony please let us proceed? Will our delegates and alternates on my left please be seated?
Convention, those who are running it, the convention management, resorts to music to try to finally bring a close to this demonstration that seemed to have no particular takeoff point and perhaps no place to go either. But both the Reagan and the Ford groups were all shouting for their particular candidate. Music has been used to try to calm conventions and excite them in the past. The first time we've seen it necessary in a political convention for 4 or 5 conventions.
Will the delegates and alternates please be seated? Thank you very much. I remember in 1972, and first let me thank our distinguished speaker, Governor John Connally, and I am very proud that he's now a Republican. I remember in 1972 in Miami when I was chairman of the Republican Party, the most exciting event was taking the official photograph. But I can see from this audience and from the enthusiasm here that you may have other things in mind. But in any event, the time has come to take the historical official photograph of this 31st Republican Convention. The official photographer is David Ludwig of Kansas City, Missouri. Now, if all the alternates and delegates would look toward the CBS anchor booth on my right, and if you could refrain from moving or speaking for 30 seconds, you may set a record, and you may also receive a photograph. And so if we can do that for 30 seconds, we'll have taken the official photograph. If you look toward the right, the CBS anchor booth.
I'd like you to know that we're not taking the official photograph here from the CBS anchor booth.
Photographer is David Ludwig of Kansas City, Missouri. Now, if all the alternates and delegates would look toward the CBS anchor booth on my right, and if you could refrain from moving or speaking for 30 seconds, you may set a record, and you may also receive a photograph. And so if we can do that for 30 seconds, we'll have taken the official photograph. If you look toward the right, the CBS anchor booth.
I'd like you to know that we're not taking the official photograph here from the CBS anchor booth, but the official photographer is right above us here, and we're a convenient reference point. The Republican National Convention coverage by CBS News will continue after this message.
CBS News continues its special report, Campaign 76. Tonight, the third session of the Republican National Convention from the Kemper Arena in Kansas City. This portion is sponsored by the people of Ford Motor Company on behalf of Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealers. Ford wants to be your car company. Now, here again is Walter Cronkite.
The Rules Committee Chairman is just beginning to read the rules, and shortly we'll be getting to that 16C fight. Right now there's something going on in the Mississippi delegation. Mike Wallace can tell us what. Mike?
Walter, convention politics, Mississippi style, have taken over down here in the Mississippi delegation. We told you earlier that they had voted 31-28 to the Ford people won on 16C this afternoon. And the unit rule was going to give them 30 votes against 16C. Well, there was a headline in the Birmingham paper today which quoted Rogers Morton as saying that President Ford intends to bypass the Cotton South in his campaign between now and the convention. That infuriated a good many people here in the Mississippi delegation, the Alabama delegation, and so forth. And now the Reagan people are asking for a caucus. They want to go off the floor. The Reagan people in this Mississippi delegation, they want to go off the floor and hold a caucus and break the unit rule. And they think that they now have some adherence to their cause. So there's been a fight going on. Shall we or shall we not leave the floor for a caucus in order to break the unit rule? Doug Shanks is the leader of the Ford forces here in the Mississippi delegation. Doug, can you explain just exactly what this fight is about?
Probably not, Bill.
Try it. Go ahead.
Basically, they're taking a vote now to see if the Mississippi delegation wants to caucus.
Well, I know, but you're going to caucus about whether you break the unit rule.
Exactly.
Now, you don't want them to break the unit rule.
No, that's not the question. The question is, this afternoon we agreed on one thing, and now we get here and we disagree. And they know my position, and I've held it. And this afternoon, while we were in caucus, they brought up 3 times, does anybody want to break the unit rule? And the answer was no. And now they want to break it.
Why do they want to break the unit rule now?
Well, the first thing is, we asked for a caucus 3 times yesterday, and we weren't granted it. Now, just on the drop of a hat, we've got one.
Malcolm Mabry, tell me, why do you people now want this caucus? Why do you want to break the unit rule? Malcolm?
We think this is the ball game tonight.
How do you mean? Explain
If we can pass 16C, adopt it on the floor of the convention, this will force the hand of President Ford. This is the ball game.
Was it the headline in the Birmingham paper and the fact that President Ford, according to Rogers Morton, is going to give short shrift to what is called the Cotton South that started this thing in motion?
I don't know whether that's what started it. I will certainly have to tell you that it played a part in this.
Did you hear John Tower a little bit earlier saying that Rogers Morton had shot his mouth off? He said that to Clark Reed, and that the president called Clark Reed today and said that he had no intention of giving short shrift to the South in the campaign.
Senator Tower said that?
Yes, he did.
Well, I've not heard the president say it.
Well, are you indeed going off for a caucus, Doug?
I'm not. No.
In other words, the Ford people
aren't going. No.
Therefore, it's just the Reagan people who are going to caucus.
Well, it appears that way.
The legions of the already convinced are going to go off and talk to each other?
There may be some others that'll go with it.
As I said, there's never a convention, Democrat or Republican, without a real Donnybrook in the Mississippi Convention, Walter, in the Mississippi delegation.
Mike, the Rules Committee chairman is Kent McGough of Ohio. He's the chairman of the Ohio Republican State Committee. He's now making his little talk before presenting the rules themselves, a talk about the fairness of the rules procedures on the Republican Party as opposed to those of the Democratic Party, a somewhat partisan view, of course. While he's doing that, Dan Rather has been covering the Reagan floor leaders. He can report on what progress perhaps they're making on this rules fight. Dan?
Walter, I've just talked to 2 of the Reagan floor leaders, including Mr. Black, who came from the trailer in the rear. They are still talking a good game, but the sense, the feel down here on the floor, whether it is the Pennsylvania delegation or the Michigan delegation, is this. It's slipping away, if indeed the Reaganites ever had it, on 16C, the vote to try to force President Ford to make known his vice presidential preference before the presidential vote. Pennsylvania's probably as good an example as any. Right now, Richard Frame, who is the delegation chairman in Pennsylvania, figures that he can deliver. Not the delegation chairman.
Not as the delegation chairman.
I stand corrected. He is the leader of the Ford forces in this delegation, whatever title he cares to call himself. And what you're seeing is a portrait of a politician at work. It's hot down on the floor. It's extremely crowded. There have been little touches of bitterness between the Ford and Reagan people developed tonight for the first time in my observation.
No, not in Pennsylvania.
Not in Pennsylvania, but over between Texas and the balcony. They had a sign tearing down and that sort of thing a little bit earlier. The point is this.
The delegation does not behave that way. We are friends and we are unified, and we're going to conduct ourselves in such a way that we're going to elect whoever the nominee of this convention is.
So you hope. But the point is this, that in Pennsylvania, earlier this evening, indications were that perhaps there'd be 85 votes for the Ford position, that is against 16C and forcing the president to name his vice presidential choice before he himself is nominated. Now, our own rough poll of the delegation is there may be as many as 89 votes in this delegation. Overall, the flow is away from the Reaganites on this question and toward the Ford forces. Subtly, the Reagan forces have been shifting and beginning to say, well, even if we don't win out on 16C, we're going to do better on the platform. Now, Mr. Frame, it strikes me that they may have a point, that it may be easier for the Reaganites, if they're going to win one, to win on the platform. In your delegation, would that be the case?
In my opinion, the Ford forces were more susceptible to intrusion on the rules vote than they are on the platform.
Thank you very much. So, Walter, they think that they can do just as well on the platform as on 16C. Mrs. Ford is coming into the hall, as you know.
Right, Dan.
Thank you.
Mrs. Reagan, I think, is coming into the hall, Nancy Reagan, and setting off another demonstration here. This came just as Kent McHugh the chairman of the Rules Committee and the chairman of the Ohio Republican State Committee, partner in a Columbus Insurance Agency, was getting to the part of the rules concerning the vice presidential nominations and the Rule 16C. Now we'll have a break here for this demonstration for Nancy Reagan. One gets a definite impression here that the wives of the candidates for the presidential nomination are being moved like pawns, or perhaps like queens, in a chess game. Nancy Reagan's arrival tonight must have been timed by the Reagan forces for the maximum impact just before this vote. Even as last night, the arrival of Mrs. Ford seemed to be timed to stem an overwhelming demonstration that was going on for Nancy Reagan. Tony Orlando has chosen this moment of the demonstration for Nancy Reagan to strike up a dance with Mrs. Ford. CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention will continue in a moment. Of arrival of distinguished persons who are in support of one or another candidate in political conventions is not a new art, of course. It's gone on for time immemorial, an attempt to influence the delegates. There has only been one occasion where a candidate for the nomination itself ever appeared in the hall before the vote, that is, a declared candidate. That was back in 1956 when Estes Kefauver was in a tight nomination race with Adlai Stevenson, and Kefauver appeared at the hall in the spectator seats with his aged father. He said the reason was that his father wanted to come to the convention hall and that he had to escort him. He had to have somebody bring him, and so Estes was the man. But of course it did break precedent and set off quite a demonstration and a lot of criticism from the Stevenson people, naturally. These Reagan people are quite vociferous. When Connally finished his speech, of course, there was a round of applause for John Connally, and in the middle of it, the Reagan people took up the chant and the cheers, and it was hard to tell whether it was John Connally who was getting the applause or Reagan who was getting some more support from his rather noisy supporters here. Connally, I think, thought it was the latter. He didn't care for the fact that they had overridden the tribute from these delegates to him. That tribute divided somewhat in this hall, too. There were a lot of people sitting on their hands. Connally is a very controversial figure in this party. Dan Rather is on the floor there with the National Republican Chairman, Rogers Morton.
Hold on a second.
Walter... he's the Ford Chairman, of course, Dan.
Right. Rogers Morton just came on the floor to visit with the Michigan delegation. Mr. Morton, as I understand it, the Mississippi delegation is considerably upset, to say the least, about a quote that's attributed to you that you'd urge the president to write off the South.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I said in the interview that we weren't going to write off anything, but that some states obviously would be easier than others. But I believe the president, when he's nominated, can take Plains, Georgia.
In order that our viewers understand this situation fully, particularly for those who may have tuned in late, the Mississippi delegation, which is under the unit rule, is going to vote all the way with President Ford tonight on 16C. That is, supporting the president's position not to force him to name his presidential choice before he himself went under the nomination roll call. Now the Mississippians, whether you said it or not, are considerably upset about what they think you said.
I'm very anxious that they not be upset because I think the South is Republican country. Obviously, some states are easier than others, but I believe very strongly that the Republicans this fall can take all of the southern states.
Do you think this is possible, that it's possible this is going to tip over the Mississippi vote for Reagan tomorrow night?
I hope not. If
But
they were really...
do you think it will?
I do not think it will. No, I do not. I think the Mississippi delegation will hold fast.
Is it true, Mr. Morton, that you have been, when asked by President Ford, urging that he go for a Northerner for Vice President?
No, I'm not. I've always been a Connally fan and a Baker fan, and I don't see any reason why I should change.
It isn't true, then, that you've been urging Ruckelshaus, William Ruckelshaus and Dan Evans?
No, I have not.
Have you talked to anyone in Mississippi about this situation?
No, and I'm going to. I've been talking to them on the telephone, trying to assure them that I absolutely believe that the president can take all of the southern states. Obviously, some are easier than others. I said in the interview that I wasn't going to write off anything. It was the headline that was bad, not the article.
What did the headline say?
The headline had a question mark and said, "Will Ford write off the Cotton South?" Obviously, I don't think we'll write off anything. We'll take the fight right to Plains, Georgia.
What did your man in the Mississippi delegation that you talked with on the telephone say to you when he called?
I have been trying to talk to them on the telephone. I haven't gotten through, but I think John Towers talked to them, and I think that 2 or 3 others have. What I hope they'll do is read the whole story, because obviously I'm not for writing off anything. Hell, I'm a Southerner myself.
Are you going over to Mississippi right now?
I hadn't planned to. I was told to come here, but I will go over to Mississippi. I think.
Can we walk over there with you?
Sure.
Well, let's go over if you don't mind. Would that be all right? Well, let's go over and try to get this straightened out. Mr. Morton, right over here. Rogers Morton came on the floor, as many of the operatives for both sides have been doing, in his shirt sleeves because it's so warm.
We ran completely out of Morton. Closest we had is...
Excuse me, we're going to try to go over to the Mississippi delegation and straighten out something. I think, Mr. Morton, we might be better off if we can get over this way. It's going to take us a few minutes to get over there, Walter. The floor is so crowded down here. If I'm any judge of Rogers Morton's conversation, and I think I may be, having covered him some over the years, he's concerned about this situation. He does genuinely feel that there's been a misunderstanding in the Mississippi delegation, but anytime you're talking about a delegation with 30 votes, as Mississippi is under the unit rule now, why you could understand why he'd be concerned and want to get over and straighten it out.
Dan, you're a pretty good-sized fellow, but you've got a husky running back there to help you.
That's true. Right this way, Mr. Secretary. I believe right over this way. Excuse me. We'll try to get him right over here. As you can see, anyone is well acquainted in Republican circles as Rogers Morton. He knows a lot of people. He wants to stop and talk for just a moment to one of the floor operatives. As you recall, the men in the yellow hats are part of the Ford whip operation on the floor, and Rogers Morton is trying to talk to one of them right now, and apparently to ask him what he's heard. Rogers Morton is getting the increasing feeling that this thing may be a little larger than he had first figured on. He's taking the time to do some policy.
How you been? Good to see you. Morton coming down. Going to
Fine. Well, as a matter of fact, you know he fell down and broke his ribs.
No, I didn't.
Rogers Morton doing a little politicking with delegates in the Kentucky section.
I got home a college. Let's do that.
Mr. Secretary, right this way to Mississippi, I think.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll talk to him privately.
Sure, I understand. Sure. Walter, Mr. Morton now has thought the better of going over to Mississippi and has just said to me that he thinks he better talk to them privately. He's had second thoughts about this whole operation, and he's now gone over to discuss the matter with 2 of the whips, the floor whips for President Ford. Both of them, of course, in close contact with Senator Robert Griffin, who is the man in control on the floor for President Ford. And he said he wanted to talk to them privately.
Coming into the Mississippi. Turning headed that way.
Morton doesn't really seem to be in any great hurry to get over there, to speak frankly about it, Walter. I think, Walter, the best thing for us, considering the crowd at that Mississippi delegation, is to depend on Mike Wallace perhaps to catch up with Rogers Morton when he gets over there. Walter, he's stopped to talk to the Reagan operative now. No, I'm sorry. This is the man in the red hat is another of Senator Griffin's floor operatives for President Ford. It's going to take Rogers Morton, I think, Walter, at least another 4 or 5 minutes to get over the Mississippi delegation.
Okay, Dan, we'll be keeping an eye on you and listening to you, and we'll pick you up when you got something there. Meanwhile, on the convention floor, the chairman of the Rules Committee, Mr. McHugh, is just about to finish his formal report before getting to Rule 16C. CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention will continue in a moment. The clerk is now reading the amendment for Rule 16, which we'll get down to Section C in just a moment. Let's listen.
In making the nominations for President and Vice President and voting thereon, in no case shall the call of the roll be dispensed with. The total time of the nominating speech and seconding speeches for any candidate for President or Vice President shall not exceed 15 minutes. Amendment offered by Delegate Thomas B. Curtis. Add a new section to read.
This is an unruly convention tonight, and they haven't even gotten to the rule that makes them unruly.
Please be seated. Will the delegates and alternates please be seated so we can hear the argument on this debate? Ladies and gentlemen, this is most important business. It may affect the outcome of whatever happens here, if anything. I will ask the reading clerk, Mr. Bartlett, to proceed with the reading of the amendment. In fact, I think I'll ask Mr. Bartlett to reread the amendment.
Amendment offered by Delegate Thomas B. Curtis of Missouri. Add a new section to read, Section C. All persons seeking to be nominated for President under Sections A and B above shall announce to the Convention and file with its Secretary a declaration stating whom he or she will recommend to the Convention as the Vice Presidential nominee. This declaration shall be filed with the Secretary of the Convention by 9:00 a.m. on the day on which the nomination for President is held. This declaration shall state the person's name and that he or she has agreed to accept such nomination. No delegate or alternate to the convention shall be bound by any commitment of any kind, public or private, to support any presidential candidate who does not file such a declaration.
The clerk reading that resolution is Joe Bartlett, the minority clerk of the House of Representatives.
Now, I would only ask that you listen to me for about 30 seconds. I'm about to read the agreement between the Ford and Reagan forces as to how we might dispose of this matter. And I think it's very important that all the delegates and alternates who may be asked to participate have a right to be heard. And I would therefore ask the media to conclude their interviews in the aisles and permit those who are here to conduct the business. I would ask that the aisles be cleared, and I would alert the Sergeant at Arms that the aisles will be cleared. I hope he has. I would ask the media to please retire to the rear of the room and conduct your interviews in that area. There are many delegates who are seated on the aisle who probably can't even participate because you're there. Will the Sergeant at Arms please cooperate? Or will the media please cooperate? Would all those in the aisles please move to the rear of the arena? All those in the aisle on my right, all those in the aisle on my left. We want to get on with this very important business. The delegates have a right to be heard. Those presenting the argument for the amendment and against the amendment have a right to be heard. And I ask those on my immediate left to please clear the aisle.
Red-coated agents of the Sergeant at Arms being a appointed post at the convention, but he has his agents out on the floor who are hired guards, in effect, and ushers. And they are now moving out into the aisles, trying to carry out the edict of temporary chairman Bob Dole that the aisles be cleared. Well, certainly media representatives are out in the aisles, so are an awful lot of delegates. They've got the media people seem to be moving voluntarily, the delegates not so quickly.
The aisles will be cleared. And I thank those who are cooperating for cooperating, and those who are not, I thank them for I know they will be cooperating. Will the Sergeant at Arms please clear the aisles?
If Bob Dole succeeds in really clearing these aisles, it's going to be the first time, I think, that I've ever been to a political convention. That goes back a quarter of a century or more, where the aisles have been cleared. And that precedes the days of television, too.
Can all the delegates see what's happening or hear what's happening? Ladies and gentlemen, I will now read the agreement. The chair wishes to advise the delegates of the procedure we shall follow in acting upon the amendment to the report of the Committee on Rules and Order of Business. And I would ask our guests in the gallery to please withhold any audible conversation. The delegates are entitled to hear the debate. The delegates have a very important decision to make. The delegates want to make that decision objectively. And those who are guests and those who may be in the hall standing or seated or otherwise, please bear with us just for a while. The chair should first state that both Chairman McHugh and Delegate Tom Curtis, who has offered the amendment, have mutually agreed to this procedure. Debate on the amendment will be limited to 30 minutes, which will be equally divided between Chairman McHugh and Mr. Curtis. They may each use their time as they see fit, using it all themselves or yielding time to other speakers. When all the time has elapsed, the question before the convention will be the adoption of the amendment to the report of the Committee on Rules and Order of Business. If there is no objection to the procedures outlined by the chair, we shall proceed. The chair hears none and is so ordered. The chair now recognizes Delegate Tom Curtis to open debate. Tom.
Tom Curtis, former congressman from Missouri, speaking for the Reagan Amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this evening
we have the opportunity to improve and strengthen our party's procedures for the selection of a vice presidential nominee. Even more important, we have the opportunity to demonstrate to millions of our fellow citizens who are watching that we Republicans are wise enough to learn from recent painful experience. This evening, our party should make a binding moral commitment to the principles of openness, full disclosure, and complete trust in the American people. You, my fellow delegates, are the representatives of the people at this convention, and they are watching and waiting for you to decide between secrecy and candor, between politics as usual, and our acceptance of new responsibility in the national interest. Before explaining why I believe the proposed change in Rule 16 is necessary, I wish to offer my credentials as a veteran reformer of parliamentary and campaign procedures. During my 18 years as a congressman from Missouri, I served as the ranking Republican on the Joint House-Senate Committee to reorganize and modernize the rules of the Congress, a job, I might add, that still needs to be done. In 1964, I served our party's national convention as acting parliamentarian. Until last May 21st, I was chairman of the Federal Elections Commission in protest to the successful attempt of the Democratic Congress, led by the now infamous Wayne Hayes, to destroy the Commission's independence. I asked the President not to reappoint me. Finally, I am the fellow who ran against Tom Eagleton for the Senate in 1968. And we recall how his hasty selection for the 1972 Democratic ticket led to a fiasco. As usual, since the Eagleton episode, the Democrats have talked about reform, but haven't done anything except stage a political beauty parade through Plains, Georgia, an empty crusade for the benefit of the news media. Since 1972, our own party's Rule 29 committee, recognizing the need for reform in this important area, has urged that improvement be proposed. Our proposal is responsive to this unmet need. It is a serious and constructive proposal made at a time when our party has compelling reasons to bear public witness to its desires for reform. Our proposed change in Rule 16 unites political science theory with practical political reality. It satisfies the needs of theory by recognizing the enormous importance that the office of vice presidency has acquired in recent years. It reforms plainly wrong and potential tragic procedures, including the use of the nation's second highest office as bait in fishing for convention delegates. It eliminates the frantic post-midnight scramble of the delegates to find out something about the man secretly chosen. Most important, it ends the denial of the convention's delegates' right to know, enabling them to fill their responsibility to choose a ticket that will win the election and govern the nation according to a strategy and a philosophy known in advance. Now let's consider some of the practical effects. Under our proposal, the convention keeps its powers. A majority of the delegates can reject any vice presidential choice, But the big change is that the power of the convention is now real. Under our proposal, the presidential candidate retains his traditional freedom to choose a compatible running mate. He is not restricted in any way in his method of selection. He can choose his team as he pleases, but the big change before is that he must tell us in advance who's on the team before expecting us to join it. Our proposal requires that the presidential candidate trust the delegates and take them into his confidence before they cast their votes. The proposed change adds only a day, just 24 hours, to the decision-making process, but it also adds real meaning. I believe such sharing of decision-making responsibility is fair because the delegates and all Americans are bound to share the long-term consequences of the candidate's decision, for good or ill. We have a right to be consulted for a day when the effects of our decision may be felt for years to come. There's always a temptation to make reforms effective at some later date. I say we recognize the problem we have for years. We've seen and felt its bad effects. Now it's time for us to act responsibly and constructively. Now is the time for all of us to join in picking our best team and follow it to victory in November. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes of my time to the delegate from Wisconsin, Mrs. Doreen Gunderson.
Mrs. Gunderson will be speaking against the amendment for the Ford position.
Fellow delegates, my name is Doreen Gunderson, and I'm from Wisconsin. I have read this amendment, and I understand it. Therefore, I emphatically oppose it. The reasons for this last-minute amendment smack of desperation and blatant political opportunism. Now I believe it is time to really tell it like it is. This amendment is for one time, one place, and one candidate, and not for posterity. Furthermore, none of you, not one, has participated in the choice for the vice presidential candidate who was designated by Governor Reagan. I believe that we must speak honestly about this issue, and the only reason for this proposal is to minimize or offset the political mistake of naming Senator Schweiker as their vice presidential nominee. Ladies and gentlemen, as Paul Harley, chairman of Governor Reagan's home state, so aptly put it,
Harley is the chairman of the Republican Party, but he's not a Reagan delegate.
the real reason for this proposal is misery loves company. Thank you.
More speeches on 16C to come when the Republican National Convention coverage by CBS News resumes after this message. Eleanor Ring Stores of California is speaking for the Reagan proposed Rule 16C. She just got a good laugh from this convention when she said she is reminded of a bridegroom who is about to be married on Wednesday night, but on Wednesday morning hasn't decided which girl to take for his bride. Mrs. Stores speaking.
Families don't know who's invited to the wedding. It is of prime importance for our Republican Party that we know in advance who will head our team at the top. And we hope we'll have your support for 16C for the good of the Republican Party. Thank you very much.
The Mississippi delegation widely split, deeply divided on both the Reagan and Ford issue and the issue of 16C, that had earlier decided to vote as a bloc against 16C, is now caucusing off the floor of the convention in one of the trailers right behind the convention hall. We certainly haven't seen this kind of spirit at a national political convention since, I think, probably the 1964 convention, when this party was deeply divided between the Goldwater forces and the more moderate liberal forces of the party.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me just remind you that I know it's a very enthusiastic audience. For that, we're grateful as Republicans, but this is an agreement entered into by both parties. Those on each side have a right to be heard. Those supporting the amendment, those opposing the amendment, I trust you'll keep that in mind, because everyone who walked up to this podium is a little nervous to start with. Don't frighten us anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 additional minutes of my time to Mrs. Carla Correa of Hawaii, and I'd appreciate it if you would give her your attention. Mrs. Correa.
Mr. Chairman, fellow delegates, I'm Carla Correa, delegate from Hawaii. In 1972, I served on the National Convention Rules Subcommittee assigned to consideration of vice presidential selection reform. And for the past 2 years, I have served on the Rule 29 Committee and the Rules Committee of the Republican National Committee before serving as your vice chairman on the Rules Committee of this convention. During my tenure, we have fully discussed all of the vice presidential selection process proposals. Many different proposals were presented. Some had merit, others did not. However, my fellow delegates, none of the proposals were presented without careful and adequate deliberation, study, and debate. And there have been no proposals made for purely partisan political purposes. This amendment, presented by the Reagan Committee last week, is nothing more than a last-minute political maneuver. I would like to tell you that this proposal has been rejected not only once, but twice. But it's been rejected by the Rules Committee of the Republican National Committee and the Rules Committee of this convention. And it was rejected by a resounding margin. This proposal is tampering with the institution of the vice presidency. If we are to be the first of the two major national Republican parties to adopt reform, it must be after thoughtful consideration, not political gimmickry. This proposal has had little thought, and 16C is designed to benefit only one candidate. It is not a constructive vice presidential selection process, and for this reason, it should be voted down.
That was Carla Corey of Hawaii, Vice Chairman of the Rules Committee. The Convention Rules Committee did turn down this proposition, 59 to 44 votes, and that's why it's come up on the floor of the convention as an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I yield an additional 2 minutes of my time to the distinguished chairman from Arkansas, Mr. Lynn Lowe.
Mr. Chairman, fellow delegates, I came from Texarkana, Arkansas to join you in this convention to do two things: to nominate the next president and nominate the next vice president of the United States. And I tell you, I think that we got the two best candidates running in America today. And for this reason, I am opposed to Rule 16C. My reason is basic and it's simple. It disenfranchises me and it disenfranchises you. Many of you know, because I have spoke with you,
There is something going on down in the New York delegation we're trying to find out. We saw the chairman Rosenbaum of the New York delegation, the bald-headed gentleman there, seemed to be chasing some large man off the floor, and now he is somebody being escorted off the floor by the guards. We'll find out in a moment what that was about. It looked like quite a little ruckus down in the New York delegation for a moment. The New York delegation has been having its troubles all day. It's overwhelmingly for Ford, but the Reagan people in the delegation are complaining against cavalier treatment by the dominant Ford forces. They insisted today that they be heard when Jack Ford, the president's son, was going to be before the caucus, and they caused so much fuss about that finally Rosenbaum just invited young Jack Ford to leave, said it's the only way you get order back in the New York caucus. What that was down there right now, we don't know. Our reporters, as you know, were asked to leave the floor. This shows one of the difficulties of not having access to the floor. We can't find out when something like this does happen. The guards are trying now to keep the assembled press from going down the aisle to the New York delegation. We hope we can get an answer on this story in a few moments. Bob Dole, the temporary chairman, trying to get order again.
please take their seats?
Mort Dean is down with the New York group. Now, Mort, come in.
Walter, what happened? There are two problems here. Number one, someone with a Utah credential came by and ripped the phone out of the socket, a phone belonging to Richard Rosenbaum, the chairman of the New York delegation. But we have another problem. The Burns guards here will not permit us news people on the floor. They claim that, and we're really being shoved around, that Senator Dole has ordered them to clear the aisles. And what could you explain what the problem is now?
They just had a little ruckus over a sign down there at Mr.
Okay, but why aren't the news people being allowed on the floor?
They're going to allow dinner now.
We're being allowed on the floor now, Walter. Let me walk down and see what Richard Rosenbaum himself has to say. He's on the telephone. Excuse me. He demanded that the authorities here arrest that gentleman from Utah, but he was escorted off the floor. Mr. Rosenbaum now is on one telephone that is working.
I can't understand you.
We'll be able to talk with him in just a moment. Tell us what happened now.
Well, all I know is some guy came charging over and tore out my phone.
He tore out the President's Ford?
Why?
Yeah, he tore out the Ford phone, and he also damaged my other phone.
And what did he say to you?
He was from Reagan. He was a Reagan man.
From where?
Utah. Because he had a Reagan button on.
And what did he say to you, Dick?
Well, no, I think he's vice chairman of one of those delegations.
And then what happened?
Well, then he ran out the back there, and I went back and asked him to have him arrested.
What reason did he give?
I don't know. Something to do with a sign. I don't know. What something to do with me? I think they got him, yeah.
Did you get your phone back in?
No, the phone's torn out. Look at it.
Now, which phone is that, Dick? Which phone is that?
I've got to have it. It represents a whole bunch of states.
Dick, which phone is that?
My white Ford phone.
And where does that go?
That connects to the trailer.
The trailer, the Ford trailer, the command.
Yes.
Okay, that's no longer working.
And not only that, but my other phone is damaged, that too.
So you can't get, if you want to get some
I
instructions
can't do
from
anything.
the Ford trailer, you can't.
Yeah.
Is the Reagan phone?
Don't have one.
Walter, that's the story from the New York delegation. A phone ripped out, a brief scuffle, and a lot of pushing and shoving right now. Walter?
Well, as I noted a moment ago, Mark, I'm not sure my microphone was on at the moment that I did. Certainly, when the aisles are cleared of delegates who jam the aisles as well as media, it makes for an orderly procedure down there, except when there is news. And when there is news, unfortunately, the media can't get to it. That was your problem a moment ago, and we'd have had this settled about 4 or 5 minutes ago instead of waiting now and holding up the work of the convention. Bob Dole is waiting for apparently this matter to be cleared up before he really works on getting order again and gets back to the debate on Rule 16C. If there's anybody out there who tuned in so late that they don't know what's going on now with 16C, we might use this moment of confusion to recount the situation for you. This is the major test vote of the 31st quadrennial Republican convention. While the balloting for the president comes tomorrow night, this, in effect, is it. Both sides have admitted that. It's a test vote on a rule that has been proposed by the Reagan forces that would require the presidential nominees, those seeking the nomination to name their vice presidential candidate, in the morning before that balloting, tomorrow morning. Mike Wallace is outside the hall where the Mississippi delegation has been caucusing on this matter. Mike?
They're not caucusing. They're having a meeting, they say. They're just having a friendly meeting, and look where they're having it, Walter. You see where it says CBS Correspondence? That's our office. Mudd, Rather, Dean, and I, office inside there, and somebody offered them the facilities of the CBS trailer, and they've been in there for about 10 or 15 minutes. They are basically the Reagan people in the Mississippi delegation. What they want to do is break that unit rule. As you know, earlier today, they voted 31 to 28 to go with President Ford and not with Ronald Reagan on 16C. And then they decided to go with the unit rule, which is 30 to nothing, to go with Ford and not Reagan on 16C. And then that story about Rogers Morton saying that the president was not going to pay all of that attention to the Cotton South upset a good many people. the Reagan people inside that Mississippi delegation, and Clark Reed, indeed. It turned out that they decided they wanted a caucus. But the Ford people in the Mississippi delegation refused to leave the floor. They didn't want a caucus. So for the last 10 or 15 minutes, they've been in there talking. Now, we have a couple of operatives inside. Bill Moyer's son, they don't know that, and Roger Mudd's son. So we'll find out from the Mississippi delegates when they get out what happened. And then, of course, we'll get the straight dope from Moyers and Mudd, Walter.
Thank you, Mike. Can't you demand to go in and use your phone?
Somebody made a deal. I suggested my office, my desk, that I would be an impartial observer. They didn't buy it, but they didn't recognize Moyers and Mudd, who were inside.
Mike, that little discussion is still going on down the floor here about what happened in the New York delegation. Quite a little fuss going on down there. Nelson Rockefeller had been holding up the phone that was torn out by, they claim, a Utah delegation man.
The door is coming open.
Maybe that is true.
Here's Moyers.
Utah delegation told Dan Rather they tore out the phone because they claim that Vice President Rockefeller tore
what happened in there? Matthew Mudd, young Moyers, what happened in there?
They were deciding whether or not to break unit rule.
And what did they finally decide?
Well, they tried to take a vote of the people that were in there, but not everyone was in there. So they couldn't decide. I think there was 22, 23. Some of them, I think, are still on the floor.
There were 21 people in there, and they said they couldn't vote unless they had the entire delegation.
The majority of them want to break unit rule or vote themselves out from under it. That's what they said.
Well, how did they... What are that? This is Perry Wolf's son, John Wolf.
Yeah. They said they've missed most of the delegation. They're sure they had 28 before. They're sure they can get 31 now.
All right. I tell you what. Here's Vic Marver. He is the Reagan whip in the Mississippi delegation. Vic, if you'll come on down here and we'll now find out what kind of reporters we have in Moyers, Wolf, and Mudd here. Vic Marver.
Are you ready?
Yep.
What would you like to know?
I would like to know what happened inside around my desk.
Well, it appears that the vote on 16C is extremely close.
You mean in Mississippi or all across the country?
All across the country,
right.
And in Mississippi.
Yeah.
There are a few more votes needed in order for 16C to pass.
Right.
Or to win.
Right.
Right now, the Mississippi delegation is going to be polled individually on whether or not to come out from under the unit rule on this particular issue.
I see.
If we come out from under the unit rule on this particular issue, only the delegates will vote.
Gotcha.
And the delegates will be polled individually to determine who is for and who is against it.
Coming out from under the unit rule.
On only this particular... No. If we come out from under the unit rule...
Yes.
Then the delegates will be polled.
I understand. Have the Ford people in your delegation agreed to this procedure?
Some of the Ford people have refused to come to this meeting.
Most of them?
Not all of them, but some of them.
Right.
We are going to poll them individually, and they will participate in the poll.
Is it that important? You think the vote is that close across the country that perhaps 15 votes in Mississippi could make that much difference?
This is what we have been told.
Malcolm Mabry told me that this is the ball game, that if you lose here, you've lost, period. You've lost tomorrow night, too.
That's not correct, because the vote on 16C cut both ways. There were some people in the Ford camp and some people in the Reagan camp who voted one way or the other. It's not a clear-cut Ford-Reagan decision in the
Mississippi delegation. Did you found it cool, pleasant?
You mean
friendly? Inside there. Friendly,
yeah.
Inside the CBS correspondence
booth. Very friendly, very cool, very comfortable, and we thank CBS for the use of it.
All right. Thanks for the use of the hall, Walter.
Marty Pistner surveyed all the delegations, and he reports a majority of about 50 votes against 16C, which is still being debated out here. That is 50 votes for the Ford position, a majority of 50, without even counting Mississippi either way. And now Mort Deans with Nelson Rockefeller.
Governor, what happened? The part of the phone is down there on the floor. Could you show our viewers what happened to it? It's right around there. Could we have that handle down there, please? Here, let me just bend down. Could I borrow this for a sec? Governor, could you stand up for a moment? Just stand up. The phone people are here connecting it. You have a disconnected phone, Vice President.
We've got the telephone people, I want to tell you, with the greatest efficiency and the most tremendous speed. They're right on the job.
Okay.
And I've got to give them back
All
the
right.
equipment so they can put it in.
A good plug for the phone company, but...
Can we have a conference up at the box with Tara and the boys right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Vice President, could you just tell us what happened now? What did you see?
What did I say?
No, what did you see? I mean, who did it and what happened here? It's the seat
Somebody
next
came
to
by
yours.
whom none of us know and just told Dick Rosenbaum that if he didn't get that sign back, he was going to rip out the phone.
What sign was that?
The Utah delegate says he saw you take a sign from another man that was a Reagan sign.
He handed it to me. He held it as I went by, and I just took it. I thought he was handing it to me.
And then he came over to get that Reagan sign back?
No, it wasn't he. It was a man from Utah.
Who came to get that Reagan sign from you.
Right.
Okay. Does this smack of 64 all over again or
it's
not?
just a little light side.
A little light side, okay.
No, I didn't.
Something new every day.
Yeah, I'm trying to get out, but I can't get out.
Okay, the Vice President wants to get out of here, and he can unless we get out of here. And rather agile 68, I think it is. Okay, there he goes. Secret Service helping. CBS helping. And Walter, back to you.
Republican National Convention coverage by CBS News will resume after this message.
CBS News continues its special report, Campaign 76. Tonight, the third session of the Republican National Convention from the Kemper Arena in Kansas City.
There are a few more votes needed in order for 16C to pass.
Right.
Or to win.
Right.
Right now, the Mississippi delegation is going to be polled individually on whether or not to come out from under the unit rule on this particular issue.
I see.
If we come out from under the unit rule on this particular issue, only the delegates will vote.
Gotcha.
And the delegates will be polled individually to determine who is for and who is against it.
Coming out from under the unit rule.
On only this particular... No. If we come out from under the unit rule...
Yes.
Then the delegates will be polled.
I understand. Have the Ford people in your delegation agreed to this procedure?
Some of the Ford people have refused to come to this meeting.
Most of them.
Not all of them, but some of them.
Right.
We are going to poll them individually, and they will participate in the poll.
Is it that important? You think the vote is that close across the country that perhaps 15 votes in Mississippi could make that much difference?
This is what we have been told.
Malcolm Mabry told me that this is the ball game, that if you lose here, you've lost, period. You've lost tomorrow night, too.
That's not correct, because the vote on 16C cut both ways. There were some people in the Ford camp and some people in the Reagan camp who voted one way or the other. It's not a clear-cut Ford-Reagan decision in the
Mississippi delegation. Did you found it cool, pleasant?
You mean
No,
friendly?
inside there. Friendly, inside the CBS correspondence
Very
booth.
friendly, very cool, very comfortable, and we thank CBS for the use of it.
All right. Thanks for the use of the hall, Walter.
Marty Plisner surveyed all the delegations, and he reports a majority of about 50 votes against 16C, which is still being debated out here. That is 50 votes for the Ford position, a majority of 50, without even counting Mississippi either way. And now Mort Deans with Nelson Rockefeller.
Governor, what happened? The part of the phone is down there on the floor. Could you show our viewers what happened to it? It's right around there. Could we have that handle down there, please? Here, let me just bend down. Could I borrow this for a sec? Governor, could you stand up for a moment? Just stand up. The phone people are here connecting it. You have a disconnected phone, Vice President.
We've got the telephone people, I want to tell you, with the greatest efficiency and the most tremendous speed. They're right on the job.
Okay.
And I've got to give them back
All
the
right.
equipment so they can put it in.
A good plug for the phone company, but...
Can we have a conference up at the box with Tara and the boys right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Vice President, could you just tell us what happened now? What did you see?
What did I say?
No, what did you see? I mean, who did it and what happened here? It's the seat next to
Somebody came
yours.
by whom none of us knew and just told Dick Rosenbaum that if he didn't get that sign back, he was going to rip out the phone.
What sign was that?
The Utah delegate says he saw you take a sign from another man that was a Reagan sign.
He handed it to me. He held it as I went by, and I just took it. I thought he was handing it to me.
And then he came over to get that Reagan sign back?
No, it wasn't he. It was a man from Utah.
Who came to get that Reagan sign from you.
Right.
Okay. Does this smack of 64 all over again or
it's just
not?
a little light side.
A little light side, okay.
No, I didn't.
Something new every day.
Yeah, I'm trying to get out, but I can't get out.
Okay, the Vice President wants to get out of here, and he can unless we get out of here. And rather agile 68, I think it is. Okay, there he goes. Secret Service helping. CBS helping. And Walter, back to you.
Republican National Convention coverage by CBS News will resume after this message.
CBS News continues its special report, Campaign 76. Tonight, the third session of the Republican National Convention from the Kemper Arena in Kansas City. This portion is sponsored by the people of Ford Motor Company on behalf of Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealers. Ford wants to be your car company. Now, here again is Walter Cronkite.
The debate on Rule 16C goes on. Lynn Lowe of Arkansas, state party chairman there, and a Ford delegate, spoke for the Ford position, that is against Rule 16C, and used the argument that it would foreclose Ronald Reagan being the vice presidential nominee on a Ford.
Tonight, the third session of the Republican National Convention from the Kemper Arena in Kansas City. This portion is sponsored by the people of Ford Motor Company on behalf of Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealers. Ford wants to be your car company. Now, here again is Walter Cronkite.
The debate on Rule 16C goes on. Lynn Lowe of Arkansas, state party chairman there, and a Ford delegate, spoke for the Ford position, that is against Rule 16C, and used the argument that it would foreclose Ronald Reagan being the vice presidential nominee on a Ford ticket. That got a lot of cheers from Reagan people on the floor of this convention, and perhaps from some Ford people who would like to see that particular ticket. Right now, Bob Beckham of Georgia is speaking for Rule 16C. He's a Reagan delegate. That's the Reagan position. And he's just made the argument that the delegates have a right to know who the vice presidential nominee will be on a Ford ticket. He says they're being promised Connally in the South. The Southern delegates are being told that the Eastern delegates are being told that it could be Elliot Richardson or UN Ambassador Scranton. Western delegates that it could be Governor Dan Evans of Washington. Now they've finished the arguments. Let's go back to the floor of the convention, to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow delegates. As I started to work on the Rules Committee, I found myself in quite a minority because I was an uncommitted delegate. I had not been
Beckham finished his arguments, and now this is Sherry Marchink of South Carolina, a Reagan delegate.
Therefore, my first impressions of Rule 16C were my own, not Ford's and not Reagan's. And I want to share with you my first impressions. I found a rule that I thought was a bit unfair, and I want to tell you why. I realize that politics is not a game,
but the principles are the same. For example, let's take the simple game of checkers. Probably many of you in this arena have played checkers before. When we play checkers in South Carolina, we know that we can play one of two ways. We can either play that you have to take your jump, or we can play that you don't have to take your jump. But the one thing that we do is we decide how we're going to play before we start the game. Now, I'll admit, sometimes we decide that we have to take the jump, and we get to a place in the game where we just as soon not take that jump. But we do abide by the rules, because we made the rules before we started the game. Now, it's the same way in politics. We need to decide what we're going to do before we start the game. I am very much for reform in the way that we choose our vice presidential nominee. Very much for it. But I'm for it for 1980. Not right now, at the middle of the game. And not at this late date, near the end of the game. Luckily, I have won in those political elections in which I have run. And I want to ask you, I don't know what I would have done if someone had changed the rules in those elections in which I was involved. I don't know if I would have won the office that I sought had someone changed the rules near the end of the game. And I want to ask those of you in the arena who have run for office, whether it be governor, mayor, school board, public service commission, or anything else, what would that have done to you in your race if someone had pulled the rug out from under your feet and changed the procedures near the end of the game? I don't think you would have liked it either. In closing, I want to share with you 2 lines of a little poem that's a favorite of mine. Those 2 lines go like this. To live with myself, and so I want to be fit for myself to know. I ask you to think about the fact that you have to live with yourself. Can you really be fit for yourself to know if you vote to change the rules at the end of the game? Thank you.
Sherry Marchink is a Reagan delegate, but she's against the Reagan Rule 16C. She incidentally has been in politics since she just barely turned 21 years old when she was elected to South Carolina State House.
State of Washington. Mr. Chairman and fellow delegates, the role of the Vice President in our system of government.
This is Richard Durham of Washington State.
The old politics style of selection by a few power brokers in a back room. The Vice President is a major participant in our government and a partner in the administration. He is a prospective future president, whether by tragedy or by election, and each of our last 3 presidents were first vice presidents. Because the people recognize the importance of the office, they are giving greater scrutiny to our choice for the second spot. And they are demanding that the 2 parties find a better way to select our vice presidential candidates. The Democrats didn't provide it. We can. Section 16C gives the delegates the right to know. The right to know the alternatives before they make their choice. Especially in this year, where we are seeking to nominate the strongest possible campaign team, the identity of the second name on the ticket will help us assure that our nominees have been fully considered by this convention and will carry our party forward to victory. We have heard much rhetoric tonight, but little concern or answer to the basic questions. Why? Why should the candidates not take the delegates into their confidence? Why? Why should a decision to be announced in any event on Thursday not be announced on Wednesday? Why? Why should the vice presidency continue to be a decision of the back rooms? It has been argued that the right to know amendment would preclude we, the delegates, from making our own choice. Nothing could be further from the truth. Our rules provide that a majority of the delegates will choose the nominee. All Section 16C will do is to provide that the candidates' vice presidential preferences will be disclosed to the candidates. It has been said that one candidate has made a mistake. Perhaps that is so. But what I want to know is whether the other candidate is going to make a mistake. And if he does, I want to know that when I can still do something about it. This rules change assures that our deliberations will be conducted so that we have all the necessary facts. It is a major Republican political reform, an idea whose time has come, and I urge your support. Thank you.
That was Richard Durham of Washington speaking for the Reagan position on Rule 16C. There are two summary arguments now, one to be offered by Senator Robert Griffin of Michigan against the rule, and former Congressman Tom Curtis for the rule. And then the vote on 16C, which could tilt this Republican National Convention either toward Robert Reagan or President Ford as this year's candidate for the presidency of the Republican Party.
I am Bob Griffin of Michigan, and I'm not running for anything this year. Despite our differences, which are being emphasized with such great enthusiasm here this evening, I have been impressed, and I think most Americans who have watched our proceedings have been impressed with an underlying spirit of goodwill that does prevail at our convention. We believe very strongly in our points of view, and I think that's good Americanism and good republicanism to be dedicated to our points of view. But we also agree, I've found it to be true, on one basic point, and that is, regardless of our personal choice for president, we all know and we really believe that we must unite our party when this convention is over in order to go on to victory in November. Frankly, in addition to the other reasons given to reject Section 16C, I see it as a basic divisional and divisive proposal. To adopt Rule 16C would drive a wedge of division in our party and would impede and make more difficult the unity that we know we must achieve. If he is nominated, and of course I think he will be, I don't know. I don't know whether President Ford will ask Governor Reagan to be his running mate or not. But I do know this. I want President Ford at least to have that opportunity. I believe Governor Reagan when he says he is not interested in running for vice president. I know he means it. And I'm sure he will continue to feel that same way tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., the deadline provided in this amendment. But I also know and believe that Governor Reagan should be in a position and be able to change his mind on Thursday morning if it should be in the interest of the party and the nation. I see no merit in a proposal that would have the effect of locking Senator Schweiker in and locking Governor Reagan out. I can also say with some authority that President Ford, if nominated, would like at least to consult with Governor Reagan and will do so about the selection of vice president before making his final decision. Such consultation on such an important decision between the heads of the two great groups of our party would not only be right and appropriate, but it would be invaluable and most important in achieving the unity we must achieve. So I say it would be foolhardy to cast away such an opportunity to achieve unity. In a real and important sense, a vote for 16C tonight would be a vote against unity. We must have unity, so vote for party unity and vote no on Section 16C.
Senator Griffin made a point which some of the more conservative Reagan supporters have also been making, that 16C would not only prevent the nomination of Ronald Reagan as a vice president, but it would lock in Senator Schweiker as the vice presidential nominee on the Reagan ticket. And many of the Southern conservatives have wanted to dump Schweiker from the ticket. They wouldn't be permitted to do that if this rule goes through. Now here is former Congressman Tom Curtis, one of the sponsors of this pro-Reagan amendment.
Loyalty, but also their good judgment on what's best for our party and our country.
That's the final speech. We'll be ready for the voting here, this critical test vote
tonight. All time has expired on the amendment, and the time has come to vote on the amendment. I recognize the delegate from Idaho.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Rule 15, the great state of Idaho, and a majority of our delegates demands a roll call, I am supported in my motion by the great and sovereign states of New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, California, Alabama, and Arizona.
Under the rules, a majority of that many delegations is required in order to get a roll call vote.
Before we proceed, that I appreciate the cooperation of the media, and we've advised them that they can now, in an orderly fashion, slowly return. The chair will recognize the delegate from New Mexico.
Mr. Chairman,
The state of New Mexico stands in support of the chair of the state of Idaho.
Chair recognizes the delegate from Texas.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Delegate from Texas.
The Texas delegation requests a roll call.
The chair recognizes the delegate from the state of Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. Yes.
The state of California.
Mr. Chairman, in the great American tradition, California proudly votes one... No. Concur.
Hold it.
Concur in the demand for a roll call. Got a little ahead of himself there. He wanted to vote rather than just concur in this call for a roll call. It takes 5 states to do that, and that's what they're going through now.
That happens.
We concur in this, and we call for the roll call.
Thank you. Delegate from Alabama.
They'll be polled in their individual states and voted by states.
Alabama, the state in the heart of Dixie, does call for a roll call.
Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, the great state of Arizona supports 16C and demands a roll call.
The rules having been complied with, the roll call is ordered. And if you listen very carefully, I'll explain how we'll proceed on the roll call. The vote will proceed in this fashion. May we please have order, and we'd like to accommodate those in the aisle if they'll be quiet. Will the delegates please take their seats? We're about to vote on a very, very important matter. A roll call is... Will the Sergeant at Arms thin out the aisle on my right?
While we...
Will those being interviewed please
While
go
Bob
to the
Dole
back of
gets
the room?
ordered, let me just explain what we'll be doing during this roll call. By our CBS News delegate poll, we have determined that President Ford has 1,140 votes, 1,130 needed to nominate. But as we go through this roll call, we will be able to identify whether any of those votes have shifted over to the Reagan position on Rule 16C. We will report that to you as we go down the roll of the states.
Then cast the vote of his delegation. And the chief reading clerk, Joe Bartlett, will acknowledge the vote, and it will be recorded. The chair will then resolve any discrepancies in the vote of that delegation before the secretary proceeds to the next delegation. The secretary will now call the roll. And may we please have order.
This is a tense hall right now. And if the hall is tense, you can imagine what it's like in Ford and Reagan campaign headquarters.
Ladies and gentlemen, I expect your courteous attention while I call the roll so that the voice of this convention can be recorded. Alabama.
Madam Chairman, the great state of Alabama votes 37 votes yes.
It's 37 votes for the Reagan position. The Alabama delegation is solidly 37 for Reagan.
If I may interrupt the roll call, let me again request the Sergeant at Arms to clear the aisle on the right and the rear of the right in the New York area. Will the Sergeant at Arms proceed to clear the aisle? And let me explain, a yes vote means support of the amendment, a no vote means support of the committee's opposition to the amendment. And again, with the Sergeant at Arms clear the aisle on my right, it's packed particularly in the New York area where it has been all evening.
the delegates please give the secretary their attention?
Okay. It doesn't work.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention while I call the roll of states. Alabama, 37 votes.
Madam Chairman, Alabama cast 37 votes yes.
So the Alabama delegation stands firm for Reagan.
Aye. Alaska, 18 votes. 19 votes, I'm sorry.
Madam Chairman, great state of Alaska votes 2 votes yes, 17 no.
That's the position that Alaska is expected to take.
Alaska, 2 votes aye, 17 no.
Arizona, 29 votes.
Mr. Chairman, the Grand Canyon State, the great state of Arizona, votes 16 in favor of 16C. No, that's in error. 25 aye, 4 nay.
Arizona, 25 aye, 4 no.
Arkansas, 27 votes.
Arkansas counts 17 yes, 10 no.
Arkansas, 17 aye, 10 no.
California.
The Arkansas vote was as expected. There were 17 Reagan and 10 Ford votes in that state, and that's the way they went. Here are the California votes.
167 votes.
Mr. Chairman, with the right note in hand, California proudly votes 166 yes, 1 no.
So in this case, the Reagan forces in California's home state didn't stand solid, with 1 vote going to Ford that wasn't expected.
Aye, 1 no.
Ford's now picked up a total of
Colorado,
3 votes.
31 votes.
Mr. Chairman, Colorado cast 26 votes yes, 5 votes no.
That vote, as expected, according to our CBS News delegate poll.
Aye, 5 no.
So now with Ford having picked up 3 votes beyond the margin we showed for him, it's a majority for him.
Madam Chairman, Connecticut
continues like this.
35 votes no.
The Ford position as expected in Connecticut. No change in votes there.
Connecticut, 35 votes no.
Delaware, 17 votes.
Delaware votes 1 vote yes, 16 votes no.
So one vote we had listed uncommitted there goes to the Ford side in Delaware.
16 no.
That makes his net gain 4 votes so far.
Columbia,
Madam Chairman,
14 votes.
The District of Columbia, the nation's capital, cast 14 votes no.
As expected.
District of Columbia, 14 no.
Florida, 66 votes.
Mr. Chairman, Florida passes at this time. We have not finished counting.
Florida is a divided delegation.
Georgia, 48 votes.
Madam Chairman, the state of Georgia cast 38 votes for, 7 against, and 3 abstentions.
Georgia had 48 votes for Reagan.
Georgia, 38 aye, 7 no, 3 not voting.
Guam.
Indication there that the Georgia delegation is heavily for Reagan, although they're pledged to vote.
Madam Chairman, the beautiful island of Guam cast 4 votes no.
The Reagan delegation, the Georgia delegation is pledged to vote 48 for Reagan on the first ballot, although 40 of those only prefer Reagan, 7 prefer Ford, we believe.
Madam Chairman, Hawaii, the paradise of the Pacific, votes 1 yes, 18 no.
Hawaii, 1 aye, 18 no.
Idaho, 21 votes.
Madam Chairman, the great state of Idaho is very proud to cast 17 votes yes, 4 votes no.
Idaho,
that was as expected in Idaho.
4 no.
In Hawaii, Ford picked up 3 votes there as well, so he's now got a plus of 7 votes.
101 votes.
Chairman, Illinois casts 20 yes, 79 no, and 2 abstaining.
Illinois, 40 aye, 79 no, 2 not voting.
In Illinois, that's a loss of 1 vote for Ford over our CBS News poll and an addition of 7 votes for Reagan on the basis of our news poll.
Indiana cast 27 votes in favor of the amendment, 27 votes against the amendment.
So in Indiana, actually, Reagan picks up quite a few votes there over what had been anticipated. Indiana has 9 votes pledged to Ford, 45 pledged to Reagan, although the split in the state is almost even in the actual preference of those delegates.
Mr. Chairman, our vote is 20 yes, 79 no, and 2 abstaining.
Illinois.
And so now, through Indiana, what we show in our vote tonight on this important test vote as against what the CBS News delegate poll shows of the Ford-Reagan breakdown, Ford's position has picked up 8 votes and Reagan's 6 votes.
18 votes yes, 18 votes no.
Iowa, 18 aye, 18 no.
1 uncommitted vote in Iowa has now gone to Reagan on this particular vote.
34 votes.
Madam Secretary, the sovereign state of Kansas cast 4 votes aye, 30 votes no.
An uncommitted vote in the Kansas delegation, thus, our Iowa delegation has thus gone to the Reagan position.
Kentucky,
Kentucky,
37 votes.
Madam Chairman, the Bluegrass State, home of fast horses, beautiful women, and good bourbon, casts 26 votes yes, 10 no, 1 abstention.
Kentucky, 26 aye, 10 no, 1 not
shows
voting.
a pickup of 1 vote for each side of the 2 uncommitted votes. They split in Kentucky.
Votes.
Madam Chairman, Louisiana cast 34 votes yes, 6 votes no, 1 abstention.
Louisiana, 34 aye.
So one of the expected Reagan votes out of that heavily Reagan state of Louisiana has gone over for to uncommitted.
Maine, 20 votes.
State of Maine casts 5 votes aye, 15 votes no.
Maine, 5 aye.
That's as expected there.
No.
So our cumulative total now has
Maryland.
Ford having picked up 9 votes and Reagan 7 votes.
43 votes.
Madam Secretary, the great free state of Maryland cast 8 votes aye, 35 votes no.
So So Ford lost 1 vote on that, and Reagan picked up 2, uncommitted there.
Massachusetts, 43 votes.
Madam Chairman, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts cast 15 votes yes, 28 votes no.
That's as expected in Massachusetts. In other words, the way this vote is going now, so far, down through Massachusetts, is that neither side has gained any particular advantage in the voting, which would mean that, according to our CBS News delegate poll, here's the Michigan vote, just a moment.
Michigan cast 29 votes yes, 55 votes no.
This vote is following almost precisely our CBS News delegate poll, which would mean that President Ford will win this test vote, and also would indicate that he will win in the nomination perhaps tomorrow night.
Votes.
Madam Chairman, Minnesota cast 2 votes, abstentions 5A, 35 no.
Ford picked up 3 votes there,
Minnesota, 5 aye.
and Reagan lost 1 that went into an abstention.
Not voting, 2.
Mississippi, 30 votes.
Here is that difficult state of Mississippi, bound by the unit rule.
Mississippi passes.
Let's see what they're doing. They passed. Mississippi passed. They've been fighting in that delegation all day and all evening over whether to impose the unit rule, to vote as a block. In other words, all of their 30 votes. Apparently they haven't decided yet how to handle it. The delegation almost evenly split between Reagan and Ford forces.
49
It was a Reagan state until he nominated Schweikert as his running mate.
Missouri cast 30 votes aye, 18 no, 1 abstention.
That 1 abstention was lost from the Reagan forces.
Missouri, 30 aye, 18 no, 1 not voting.
Montana, 20 votes.
Madam Secretary, Montana, the big sky country, cast 20 votes aye.
That was as expected. That's a solid Reagan state. Now, according to our computer,
20 aye.
Ford forces have picked up 10 votes. The Reagan forces have picked up 8 votes.
25 votes.
Nebraska votes 18 yes, 7 no.
That's as expected.
Nebraska,
The importance of this is that by our CBS News delegate poll, these delegates are voting almost exactly that way, and it means a Ford victory on this vote.
Madam Secretary, the great silver state of Nevada cast 15 votes aye, 3 no.
The Reagan forces picked up 2 on that vote.
3 no.
New Hampshire, 21 votes.
Mr. Chairman, the Granite State cast 3 votes aye, 18 votes no.
New Hampshire,
As
3
expected.
aye, 18
As
no.
expected, according to our CBS News delegate poll.
New Jersey, 67 votes.
Mr. Chairman, before I announce the vote from New Jersey, I ask that the microphone be left on after the call so that one member may request, as he is asked to do, the right to have the delegation polled. Mr. Chairman, New Jersey casts 4 votes yes, 62 votes no, and 1 abstaining.
Madam Chairman.
New Jersey, 4 aye, 62 no, 1 not voting.
Madam Chairman, my name is Thomas H. Brunage. I'm a delegate from the 7th District. I respectfully request that the New Jersey delegation be polled.
That New Jersey vote would mean an increase of 2 votes for Ford over the CBS News delegate poll, and give him a total now of 13 more votes than we had expected, to 9 votes that Reagan has that we did not expect. Ford is winning this vote, and now, according to the rules, the New Jersey delegation has asked for a poll. One member has asked for a poll of the delegation. That is, that each member of the 67 members in the New Jersey delegation be called by name.
District, New Jersey. The reading clerk will fold.
We've got a little trouble in the difference between our computer and my own figures here. Our computer shows that President Ford has picked up 13 votes and Reagan's picked up 9. Actually, my figures show 11 to 10 in the picked up votes.
Danskin votes no.
Delegate Millicent Fenwick.
Fenwick votes no.
Thomas H. Kane.
Kane votes no.
We haven't had a poll of a
Matthew
delegation,
J.
I
Ronaldo.
don't think, in
Ronaldo votes no.
perhaps 12 years, and
Ronaldo votes
maybe
no. Charles
six
W.
national
Sands
conventions.
Jr.
The Democrats do not poll on the...
In the order in which they appear on the roll.
Senator Case raising a point there. This is Senator Clifford Case, New Jersey.
Alternate Thomas P. Bellucci for Charles W. Sandman Jr.
Thomas P. Bellucci votes no.
The Democrats now poll the delegation off of the floor, or at least while the rest of the balloting of the call of the states goes on. Republicans, however, have not had to face this problem for, I don't think since perhaps 1952, so they haven't put up such a rule, and the entire convention comes to a standstill while a single state is polled. Now, there is practical political reason for a state to poll its delegation if it is felt by any member of the delegation that some of the delegates are not living up to the pledges they gave back home and are voting contrary to those pledges. This is a means of exposing that vote of theirs to the people back home. Not by television, you understand, but it'll be reported back there in the newspapers, and the party faithful will know if somebody did violate a pledge in the vote. This is the means of flushing that out publicly for the people back home. It's also been, there's been an accusation made in the past when this became a popular procedure in the Democratic Convention in 1952, the first big televised convention, that people were doing this just to get their names and their faces onto television. And there might have been something to it, although actually surveys of the situation after that convention in 52 showed that there were good political reasons for most of the polls of delegations. But the people and the convention certainly got tired of the procedure, and that's why the Democrats changed the rules and don't poll publicly anymore.
No. Ann D. Flynn.
Ann Flynn votes no.
We'll be back in 1 minute with more CBS News coverage of the Republican National Convention. So in this poll of the New Jersey delegation, that is each of the 67 members of the New Jersey delegation, their names being called, and they're being asked to record how they have voted on this matter of Rule 16C. So far, it's going exactly as our CBS News delegate poll indicated. Let me try to explain once more, because it is just a little bit confusing as as this poll of the New Jersey delegation continues. What we're trying to tell you as we go along state by state here, we have a CBS News delegate poll, a poll of all of the nearly 3,000 delegates to this convention as to how they stand for Ford or for Reagan. On the basis of that poll, we have shown as of tonight that President Ford has 1,141 votes for the nomination. That would be 11 more than he needs for the nomination. We're taking that poll of our delegates, pro-Ford or pro-Reagan, and balancing it against the votes as they come tonight state by state. it has turned out that our poll of the delegates on Ford and Reagan preferences is being followed almost precisely by the delegates as they vote now for Rule 16C or against it. In other words, we are able to tell as we get through the New Jersey delegation here now that President Ford's forces are winning this fight for 16C. In other words, the majorities that we expected to come out of the delegations on the presidential balloting tomorrow night are being followed almost precisely tonight in this 16C voting. They're voting, in other words, a party line vote, if you can call it that, a partisan vote, Ford or Reagan, and it looks like the Reagan forces are going down to defeat in a vote here that was considered to be a test vote for the presidential nomination tomorrow night. Both sides said it was a critical vote, and now that crisis has come for Ronald Reagan's effort to become the Republican Party nominee for the president. He is losing on this test vote before the Republican National Convention tonight. The New Jersey poll is continuing, and we will, I think they're coming. I think they're coming near the end of the New Jersey poll.
No. Peter J. Russo.
Dan Rather reported from the floor not too long ago that he felt there were indications that the Reagan forces thought they were going to lose this vote because suddenly some of the leaders were beginning to shift their emphasis on a test vote from this matter to the platform, which will be coming up later tonight. However, they try to shift that emphasis now. It is a little late because up until early evening they were saying this was a crucial test vote.
Not voting. Nicholas R. Giannadini.
They're now in the New Jersey delegation calling on alternates to vote for those who seem to be absent. They're cleaning up that vote, and we'll be able to complete the New Jersey poll in just a moment. What happened here in the New Jersey delegation, what apparently somebody is trying to flush out, is that New Jersey came to this convention, according to our CBS News poll, with 60 delegates favoring Ford, 4 favoring Reagan, and 3 uncommitted. But when they got to the vote tonight, 62 voted for Ford, and 4 voted for Reagan. And of those 3 uncommitted, 2 of them had gone over to Ford. Apparently they're trying to flush out those 2 and get their names out in front of their hometown folks for whatever the arcane reasons were in that particular area of New Jersey from which the delegate came.
Votes no.
Axiotis votes no.
Bruce Morton has been following this vote from the podium. Bruce?
Walter, I don't know that it's different down here from what it is up there, except it's warmer here. There is one thing that's kind of interesting. We were talking to the temporary chairman, Senator Bob Dole, a little while ago, mostly about getting our reporters back on the floor. And he offered the theory, and that's all it is, that this may be it, that this might be the big test vote, that after this the heat would go out of everything, everybody would relax a little bit. This might even be the only roll call vote of the night. There's no way to know that, but it is a possibility. It's the first squaring off, after all, that these two sides have had. Other than that, he's cheerful about the way things are going. The roll call is reasonably smooth. You remember in New York, the Democrats experimented with a kind of random telephone-in system where the state chairman would just phone whenever they had a count. That was alleged to be faster, but it doesn't seem that way to me. This seems to be going along, not counting this poll of New Jersey, pretty smoothly.
Bruce, you know, it might just be that Bob Dole, of course, is right. Both of us and others have been speculating as to why John Sears wasn't pressing more test votes for Reagan, and we have been suspecting the last couple of days that he wasn't exploring every avenue because he knew he didn't have the votes and was sort of, in effect, pulling back his horns and giving up. And that might be what Bob Dole is saying, if that's the way the vote goes now against Reagan. Thank you, Bruce, for that report. I can also say that Teddy White, author of the Making of the President books, who is doing some work for us again on this convention, just called me to correct a report of mine. I said that I didn't recall, in fact, I said I didn't think there was a vote poll of a delegation in a Republican convention since I didn't know when, maybe way back in 52 or something. He reminds me that the New Jersey delegation, the same one's being polled now, was polled in the 68 convention. I'm still having a little trouble getting that one out of my mental card file, but I trust Teddy White, who knows these things. Dan Rather is with the North Carolina Reagan leader right now. Dan?
Tom Ellis, North Carolina, a Reagan organizer, and in his delegation to North Carolina had perhaps as many uncommitted delegates as any delegation on this floor. Tom Ellis, as of the moment, it appears that not only are the Ford forces in very good position to win this vote, but to win it by a margin much greater than even the Ford forces, were talking about this afternoon. In real terms, you're a man with a reputation for straight talk. In real terms, what does this mean for Ronald Reagan's chances for the presidential nomination?
Well, I reckon it's awfully hard to evaluate, Mr. Rather, because they certainly put all their muscle behind it, and if they've lost by a substantial margin, now what that sort of substantial margin is, whether it's 50 or 100 or 150, it's not for me to say, but certainly they put all their eggs in this basket, and it's going to look awfully bad, I would say.
Well, to switch to a different metaphor, is it fair to say that what Ronald Reagan and John Sears and people such as yourself were doing is drawing to an inside straight, and that this vote shows you've missed?
Well, I would rather you'd take the we out, Mr. Rather, because I had nothing to do with this decision of putting the eggs in the basket on
Were you
this
opposed to
particular
this
vote.
decision?
I thought that it ought to be on an issue of principle rather than on a rule like this.
Now, earlier in the evening, you and other Ford organizers, if I'm any judge...
Reagan organizers.
Reagan organizers.
Sure.
You and any other Reagan organizers began to shift your emphasis, I thought, to the platform. Do you think you can win the platform?
Yes, I certainly do.
You think you have a better chance on the platform than you do on this vote?
Absolutely, and I think that all week what we have seen is the Reagan principles being put into the platform and the Ford people collapsing on each one of those issues.
What are the chances that Ford people will, in effect, give you the vote on the platform?
I think there's a real good chance.
You think there's a good chance?
Yes, sir. I think they might just say, well, that morality platform, how can we be against it and go with it?
Has a deal been cut for that?
If it has, I know nothing about it.
But you wouldn't be surprised to see that happen?
You mean that they vote with us? I would not be surprised. I hope they will vote with us because I think it's what the Republican Party stands for, and I hope that we go out of here at least with some principle rather than voting on procedures.
Walter?
Dan, Mike Wallace reports on that Mississippi delegation fight. They passed, on the first vote. Don't know how they're going to vote yet. But he says that they have decided to preserve the unit rule, cast all their 30 votes one way or the other, and the way they'll cast them is for the Ford position on this vote. That almost certainly will do it if nothing else would. For the Ford position, that is. The New Jersey vote, the poll of the delegation has been completed, and we'll be going on with the roll call next to New Mexico. That is almost evenly divided. In fact, is exactly evenly divided according to our CBS News poll. 21 of the 42 New Mexico delegates favor President Ford, 21 favor Governor Reagan. And we'll see how they vote on this Rule 16C. It's a rule, I remind you, that the Reagan forces put forward to require President Ford to name his vice presidential nominee tomorrow morning. Excuse me. I was confused here a moment ago. The Reagan, the New Mexico vote is all for Reagan. 21 votes for Reagan. It's not a split delegation at all. I don't know where I got that. Misreading my charts here is where I got it. If I can't either talk or read, maybe I better get out of the business. 21 Reagan votes in New Mexico. All of the delegates in New Mexico are for Reagan, expected to vote that way, too. Roger Mudd's with a Ford leader in Tennessee while we're waiting to hear this New Jersey tabulation. Roger?
Well, this is Bob Michael. If I can interrupt you 1 minute while you turn off your headquarters microphone. Mr. Michael?
Yes.
Can we do a little television work?
Okay.
Is this all over now for Reagan?
Well, our projections here from what we're just running right on target, given a take of two or three here or there, and I'm just very pleased with the count, depending upon what the passing states do. Florida will be exactly what our original count was. We thought we might have picked up 4. It went down 4. On Mississippi, depending upon what they want to do. If they want to give us their 30, fine. If they don't, I think we're going to be. I think we're going to be
Mississippi.
The way we're going right now, it looks like we might not even need them.
Well, what would this do? Would this just take the steam out of the Reagan campaign?
I don't be nice to maybe talk in those terms, but I think it's a significant victory for our side. But there's still some people who vote differently on this issue. Excuse me. When they find
you'd like to have it then. Okay.
Right, by all means.
Okay, Mr. Michael.
Right.
Thank you. Walter?
They are announcing the New Jersey vote now.
Madam Secretary, Lanham and Chapman cast 20 votes aye, 1 vote nay.
Also, the Reagan forces lost 1 vote on this vote.
New York. 100.
Madam Secretary.
New York. 154 votes.
Madam Secretary, New York, the great Empire State, cast 20 votes yes, 134 votes no.
Well, there were 6 uncommitted votes in the New York delegation, and the way that vote comes out, only 1 of them went to the Reagan position, 5 went to the Ford position. So Ford picked up 5 more votes there. His margin is increasing state by state.
Madam Chairman, North Carolina, the home state of Billy Graham and Senator Jesse Helms, cast 51 votes for, 3 against.
North Carolina, 51 aye, 3
That shows
no.
the true sentiments of the North Carolina delegation, although they are pledged to vote for Ford, about half of them, in the first ballot tomorrow.
North Dakota, the Peace Garden State, 6 votes yes, 12 votes no.
North Dakota, 6 aye, 12 no.
Reagan picked up 1, and Ford 2 of that state's uncommitted delegates.
Ohio, 97 votes.
Madam Secretary, Ohio votes 7 votes yea, 90 votes nay.
That's the way Ohio is expected to go, according to our CBS News poll.
Ohio, 7 aye, 90 no.
Oklahoma, 36 votes.
Madam Secretary, Oklahoma proudly cast 36 votes yes.
That was expected. It's a solid Reagan state. So in North Carolina, going back to that, Reagan picked up 25 votes almost. Oregon?
Madam Secretary, Oregon casts 14 votes aye, 16 votes no.
Oregon, 14 aye, 16
Going
no.
remarkably close to our CBS News delegate poll, which indicates that President Ford will win this vote.
Madam Chairman, Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, cast 14 votes aye, 89 votes no.
So 6 uncommitted votes in Pennsylvania. The Reagan forces picked up 1, and the Ford forces 5.
89 no.
Puerto Rico, 8 votes.
No? Did you... Madam Chairman, Puerto Rico, the Sentinel of the Caribbean, and the island paradise of the Atlantic votes 8 votes no.
That was as expected there.
Puerto Rico, 8
Almost invariably in these states where there were a few uncommitted votes, the majority of them have gone for the Ford position tonight.
The state of Rhode Island, the beautiful ocean state, cast 19 votes no. Rhode Island,
as we expected it to be.
No. South Carolina, 36 votes.
Madam Chairman, the historic Palmetto State of South Carolina cast 25 votes yes, 11 votes no.
The one uncommitted delegate there in South Carolina went to the Ford position on Rule 16C.
South Dakota, 20 votes.
Madam Secretary, South Dakota proudly cast 11 votes yes and 9 votes no.
South Dakota.
That's as our CBS News delegate poll indicated, South Dakota would split two on the Ford-Reagan vote.
43 votes.
Madam Secretary, the great volunteer state of Tennessee cast 26 nays, 17 ayes.
Tennessee, 17 aye, 26
5 Reagan votes in Tennessee switched over to the Ford position on this particular vote. That is,
100
I'll explain that Tennessee vote a little later. That's one of the states that has so-called Trojan horse votes.
Votes aye.
So the solid Reagan state of Texas stays with Reagan on this Rule 16C vote.
Texas, 100 votes aye.
Utah,
Madam Chairman,
Utah, 20 votes.
Utah cast 20 votes aye.
Utah, 20
That was
votes
as expected.
Vermont, 18 votes.
Madam Secretary, the Green Mountain State of Vermont cast 18 votes no.
Vermont, 18 votes
That's the way our
no.
CBS News delegate poll indicates the state
Virginia.
splits Ford-Reagan.
51 votes.
Virginia cast 36 votes aye, 15 votes no.
Virginia, 36 aye, 15 no.
So one Ford vote in Virginia went over to the Reagan position on this, and the uncommitted vote went to Reagan as well in Virginia.
Sunshine Caribbean Gems cast 4 votes no.
As expected.
Virgin Islands, 4 votes no.
Washington, 38 votes.
Madam Chairman, Washington cast 31 votes yes, 7 votes no.
That's the way our poll showed it would come out. President Ford has clearly won this big test vote on Rule 16C.
West Virginia,
Scarcely any doubt about it now,
votes.
although
West Virginia cast 12 votes yes, 16 votes no.
in Pennsylvania, the Reagan forces picked up 1 and the Ford forces 5.
89 no.
Puerto Rico, 8 votes.
No. Did you, Madam Chairman, Puerto Rico, the Sentinel of the Caribbean, and the island paradise of the Atlantic votes 8 votes no.
That was as expected there.
Puerto Rico, 8 votes
Almost
no.
invariably in these states where there were a few uncommitted votes, the majority of them have gone for the Ford position tonight.
The state of Rhode Island, the beautiful ocean state, cast 19 votes no.
Rhode Island,
As we expected it to be.
No.
South Carolina, 36 votes.
Madam Chairman, the historic Palmetto State of South Carolina cast 25 votes yes, 11 votes no.
The one uncommitted delegate there in South Carolina went to the Ford position on Rule 16C.
South Dakota, 20 votes.
Madam Secretary, South Dakota proudly cast 11 votes yes and 9 votes no.
South Dakota.
That's as our CBS News delegate poll indicated, South Dakota would split 2 on the Ford-Reagan vote.
43 votes.
Madam Secretary, the great volunteer state of Tennessee cast 26 nays, 17 ayes. Tennessee, 17 ayes, 26.
5 Reagan votes in Tennessee switched over to the Ford position on this particular vote. That is,
100.
I'll explain that Tennessee vote a little later. That's one of the states that has so-called Trojan horse votes.
Votes aye.
So the solid Reagan state of Texas stays with Reagan on this Rule 16C vote.
Texas, 100 votes aye.
Utah.
Madam Chairman,
Utah, 20 votes.
Utah cast 20 votes aye.
Utah, 20
That was
votes
as expected.
Vermont, 18 votes.
Madam Secretary, the Green Mountain State of Vermont cast 18 votes no.
Vermont, 18 votes
That's the way our
no.
CBS News delegate poll indicates the state
Virginia.
splits Ford-Reagan.
51 votes.
Virginia cast 36 votes aye, 15 votes no. Virginia, 36 aye, 15 no.
So 1 Ford vote in Virginia went over to the Reagan position on this, and the uncommitted vote went to Reagan as well in Virginia.
Sunshine Caribbean Gems cast 4 votes no.
As
Virgin
expected.
Islands, 4 votes no.
Washington, 38 votes.
Madam Chairman, Washington cast 31 votes yes, 7 votes no.
That's the way our poll showed it would come out. President Ford has clearly won this big test vote on Rule 16C.
West Virginia,
Scarcely any doubt about it now,
votes.
although
West Virginia cast 12 votes yes, 16 votes no.
West Virginia, 12 aye, 16 no.
that was a pickup for Reagan in West Virginia. Well, it's still close enough so that Mississippi's 30 votes could make a difference if they went for Reagan, but Mike Wallace says they're going to go for Ford.
The state of Wisconsin cast 45 votes no.
That was as expected, and that almost puts it out.
West Virginia cast 12 votes yes, 16 votes no.
West Virginia, 12 aye, 16 no.
That was a pickup for Reagan in West Virginia. Well, it's still close enough so that Mississippi's 30 votes could make a difference if they went for Reagan, but Mike Wallace says they're going to go for Ford.
The state of Wisconsin cast 45 votes no.
That was as expected, and that almost puts it out of reach of Reagan. It can be said, I think at this point, with only Wyoming left to vote and Mississippi. And here's Wyoming.
Vote.
Madam Secretary, Wyoming, the equality state, casts 9 votes aye, 8 votes no.
Wyoming.
So all of the uncommitted votes in Wyoming went to the Ford position as well. And as you see there, even with 30 more votes from from Mississippi, which Reagan apparently is not going to get on the Reagan side, he couldn't win it. It appears that President Ford's forces have held here at this important, crucial point of the Republican convention that, according to this ballot, which seemed to split exactly as we had anticipated at CBS News, President Ford's forces do control this convention, and on the basis of a test vote of 16C, here is Florida, which also passed. That vote has to be counted in there as well before we can conclude it. But
the great Sunshine State cast 38 votes no, 28 votes yes. I think that does it.
Officially, that does it, although, of course, as we saw, officially, we haven't had all the votes counted as yet. Still, if those... And there you see the vote as it counts. Now, if Mississippi came along with the 30 votes, they still can't possibly do it. It actually was a matter of fact before this Florida vote because of what we know is happening in the Mississippi delegation. But there it is. The Ford forces have won. Both the Ford and the Reagan forces said this afternoon this was a critical vote. They might try to explain it away now, and as you heard a little earlier, some Reagan people are now putting their eggs in the basket of platform changes, but it would appear that the Ford people have the votes. They were tested and found to have them tonight.
38 votes aye, 28 votes no.
Mississippi, 13 votes.
Mississippi, after much consternation and under the unit rule, cast 30 votes no.
Mike Wallace had told us earlier that's the way it is. And that's the end of that test vote. Hall who doesn't believe that was an important vote, and there might be only a few in the hall that don't believe it was a critical vote, and that the crisis has now been passed for the Ford forces. President Gerald Ford, who did not run for either the vice presidency or the presidency in 1972, will likely leave Kansas City as his party's legitimate nominee before the 1976 election. Now that the first major battle of this convention is over, Eric Severide and Bill Moyers have some thoughts on the vote that we've just seen.
Well, Bill Moyers, I think that must represent the high point of the Reagan effort here, wouldn't you? It fell pretty far short of what they hoped on this. More votes for the Ford position than one would expect he'd get for the actual nomination. This was the second stage of the Sears strategy, first stage being the Schweiker announcement, and then to force Ford to do the same kind of thing here. Looks to me like the last gimmick they've got up their sleeve, doesn't it to you?
Yes, a couple of weeks before this convention opened, one of the Reagan assistants said that fighting the Ford organization is kind of like fighting the Spanish Armada. They're bigger, but they don't maneuver very well. Well, this Armada has finally moved into position, and tonight they fired what seems to me to be a very convincing salvo. After a lot of hawing and geeing and misfiring, the Reagan White House has put its house in order and was able to withstand this very
the Reagan White House?
I mean, the Ford White House was able to withstand this very ingenious gambit. And it was just that. Don't you think it was just a gambit?
Well, yes. They were trying to do what Bob Taft, or what Eisenhower rather, did in '52 when Taft was ahead with most of the committed delegates, and they put in this thou shalt not steal rule, a vote on it, and it was pretty hard to vote against it, and Taft lost on that, and that really did turn things around with those uncommitted people so that Eisenhower won. It's not doing it here. Of course, in principle, even if the Ford people had lost this and he'd had to reveal his choice, this convention still had the chance to
to vote against it if they wanted to, just as they could vote against Schweiker. That's their privilege. Almost never has happened. In 1920, Harding, who was going to be the nominee, really wanted Senator Lenroot of Wisconsin as his running mate, and the convention turned around and nominated Cal Coolidge because he was a hero because of the Boston police strike, as I remember it. Or I remember reading about it. I was a bit young then. But this looks like it. I don't see quite what they can do from now on, because the fights on the platform, trying to amend the platform, the morality and foreign policy, for example, I don't think's got much in it, do you?
No, it's going to be very hard, as one of the delegates said earlier, to vote against morality in foreign policy. Although there will be some, it'll be hard for the Ford people to take the language in part of that morality and foreign policy plank, because it is a kick in the pants.
It's a bit offensive, maybe, to Ford and Kissinger, but I wouldn't think it's something they'd put up a fight about. Better, I would think, for their point of view, that they not fight at all, and just let that one go. And there's nothing else on the agenda that looks like it's worth fighting about.
One of the interesting results of this poll tonight, I've just been handed this from our computer people, shows how much of a cleavage there is between the East and the West of this party. In the East, only 82 people voted for the Ford position, for the Reagan position. 499 voted for the Ford position. In the Midwest, 175 voted for the Reagan position. 425 voted for the Ford position. In the South, 445 voted for the Reagan position, 156 for Ford. In the West, 366 versus 84. So you can see the distribution of these votes is along the lines of that Sun Belt division that we've been talking about this week.
Well, maybe we can get a little chance later on, if we can, to talk about this whole new regional switch in this country politically. The East and the Midwest now roughly against the South and the West, which is a change from the old days when it was the interventionist East, international East against the isolationist Midwest. The whole thing has changed. It's worth talking about if we get a chance to do that. You have any further thoughts on this?
Well, let me just ask you, if you looked at these figures, if you were Ford looking at these figures tonight, looking at this, where do you think you would have to choose a vice president from?
Well, it all depends, I suppose, or depends on one thing. Whether you think you can do much against Carter in the South, wouldn't you?
And I don't think they really do believe that they can cut very deeply into his strategy, but they do think that Carter's weak in the West.
He's weak in the West. Yes, he is, and it's now, Ford would now be free to pick who he wants. He doesn't have to pick a perfectly safe and inoffensive person like perhaps a Senator Baker. He can pick somebody with an eye to his capacity to be president, if that should happen, and take his chances. My impression of these people in convention is that while there might be, assuming Ford is nominated, a lot of Reagan people may not raise money for him or work actively for him, but they'll, on the whole, I think, still vote for him because he's still a very conservative man, much more so than Carter has now revealed himself to be. That'll be the trouble. So I think the president has quite a lot of flexibility in what he can do.
Yes, as the voting was taking place, the passion was more than we've seen so far this week, but it was a kind of good-natured hostility you saw out there. And it may be that the Reagan people are not very disgruntled. They're not very gruntled either, but they're not embittered at this moment the way they were the conservatives were in 1964.
No, I don't think they are. I think it can be put together in terms of votes. I don't really believe those polls that indicate if Ford is nominated, a third or more of the Reagan people will vote for Carter or not vote at all, and vice versa. I think in the end they probably will vote for the conservative position. Why not? That's what people usually do. And the trouble then will be organizing a campaign and raising the money. Well, that about exhausts what instant wisdom I've got about this bill. We'll turn it back to the anchor booth and Walter Cronkite.
The convention has just approved the rules now. That includes the Rule 18, which is the Ford rule that requires the delegations from 19 states to vote as pledged. and not as the delegates themselves might wish in their own individual choices. The Republican National Convention coverage by CBS News will resume after this message.
CBS News continues its special report, Campaign 76. Tonight, the third session of the Republican National Convention from the Kemper Arena in Kansas City. This portion sponsored by the people of Ford Motor Company. On behalf of Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealers, Ford wants to be your car company. Now here again is Walter Cronkite.
The Reagan forces lost here tonight in this auditorium in Kansas City, and it looks as if the Reagan campaign for the presidency may be very near its end. A test vote on the rule change failed, a test that the Reagan forces brought to the convention floor, and now the question is, what will the Reagan forces do? Will they continue to fight, for instance, on the platform, which comes up next, or will they perhaps give up at this point? Well, there's an indication that Leslie Stahl has regarding this matter, that perhaps a compromise on the platform. Come in, Leslie.
Walter, you're absolutely right. I'm standing here with Congressman Treen, who was on the platform committee, and Senator Strom Thurmond. They were just standing here marking over that foreign policy plank, trying to come to some compromise language so there could be no fight here on the floor. The Ford people, having won 16C, are now eager not to have a fight on the foreign policy plank. What kind of language have you written in on that? I noticed you marking off the buzzwords, so to speak.
Well, I wouldn't confirm that. I mean...
well, I saw you do it.
And I don't know what a buzzword is.
Well, I saw, for example, that you wanted to mark out the word détente. Is that right?
No, you're wrong on that.
Well, tell us what you were talking about. Be kind enough.
We've talked about a lot of things in language and change of language which might satisfy both sides, and this is what we're going to pursue now. Senator Thurmond, we hope, will be a voice in order to do this and to accomplish this.
Are you willing to seek a compromise, Senator?
I'm willing to talk to several of the people on the platform committee. I'm not a member of the committee, but I've been asked to talk to them to see if we can make a few changes here that will prevent a big fight on the floor.
Now, we know that there are some conservative members of the platform committee that want stronger language. What is Governor Reagan's position on this? Would he like a compromise?
I do not know what his position is.
You don't? He did write this plank, and it does mention Solzhenitsyn.
I don't know whether he did or not.
Well, I'm told he did.
Look, you had a lot of strong conservatives on the foreign policy committee and on the full committee, and we wrote a very strong plank.
Well, this proposed language is really an attack on Kissinger. Is that the way you read it as a Ford supporter?
I read some implications of attack on the Nixon foreign policy as carried out by Kissinger and on the Ford foreign policies carried out by Kissinger. Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Walter, we may not have a fight on foreign policy after all. Back to you.
We'll know in a very few minutes. On the convention floor, they have just approved John Rhodes, the congressman from Arizona, and the minority leader in the House of Representatives as the permanent chairman of this convention, and they are singing his praises right now before introducing him to the delegates, most of whom already know John Rhodes. He's anxious to be the majority leader, that is, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and he is campaigning for that job, which means he's campaigning for a Republican Congress in 1976. Rogers Morton also would like to have a Republican Congress next year. Rogers Morton, of course, a longtime leader in his party and now the chairman of the Ford campaign for the presidency. And I guess you're a rather delighted man now that you've got over this test vote.
It was a very good vote, back as predicted, but we're very excited about it. I think it's a real victory for the president, and I think it's really a victory for the Republican Party. I think amending the rules in the middle of the game is a very difficult thing.
We just heard Leslie Stahl talking to Mr. Treen and some others suggesting that they're now trying to compromise on the foreign policy plank. They were bringing in a little different language on some of the matters. Would you say, Mr. Morton, that you think it's all over?
Well, I don't think you ever ought to think that. I think you ought to fight right down to the wire and fight everywhere. but it does look like that our delegate count is very solid.
Did your count of the delegates work out, as your presidential count of the delegates, work out just about the same on this test vote?
Very close. Closer than you would think, because this is a kind of issue that would cut across the lines between the two candidates, but it's very close.
Were you really seriously concerned about 16C at any particular point when it was first dropped on you by John Sears, maybe, a week or so ago? Did it shake you up a bit?
Not after I saw the vote in the Rules Committee. I thought the vote of 59 to 44, I think it was, in the Rules Committee was very significant, and I thought it showed strength for our position.
Do you see any booby traps now down the road before this time tomorrow night?
Frankly, I do not.
You think the platform will not create any excitement out here or inflame any passions that could tilt the balance?
Platforms never have, and I don't think this one will. And I think the committee, as it reported out the platform, reported out a good platform, and I think we can all live with it. I don't know how these amendments would fare, but I don't think they would fare too well.
Now, there was an awful lot of talk by your forces that 16C would have foreclosed President Ford from inviting Ronald Reagan, either consultation with him or inviting him to be the vice presidential candidate on his ticket. Do you think that Reagan as a possibility and the vice presidential candidate is a possibility?
I certainly wouldn't exclude him, and I certainly would hope that the president would consult with him. I think it's very important. This has been a long primary. It's been a close primary. A tremendous number of Republicans have been involved. And I think it would be very appropriate for President Ford to discuss the matter before he makes the final decision and discuss it with Governor Reagan.
Do you think he intends to do that?
I do. I think he does. I think he intends to do that, yes.
Who's he picked?
I don't know.
And
I'm glad I don't. Mr. Cronkite, I'm glad I don't know. No, just tell you.
Yeah, just tell me.
I'd love to, but I don't know.
Whisper to me.
Obviously, I wouldn't tell you if I did. But I think the process that he's gone through has been very thorough, and he has certainly got a great deal of input from many, many people. And obviously, I'm sure that this input or these polls that he has taken of the Congress and of other leaders of the party have probably brought forth a good many candidates.
You know, doesn't he have to go to a moderate right in order to bring the party together now? This was a pretty close split for an incumbent president here. Reagan came awfully close in this campaign. Now, that indicates that there are an awful lot of people perhaps more conservative even than President Ford, who isn't exactly a raving liberal.
Well, I think that the president has outlined the qualifications. First, the capacity to govern, the capacity to be president of the United States. I think that's number one. And I think number two, the president would like somebody who is compatible with him. And I think he has, in terms of his philosophy, in terms of the things that he is trying to get done in the country, and so that's the way I think it'll probably fall.
Do you think Senator Connally is still in the running? Or former Governor Connally?
I certainly wouldn't exclude anyone.
I think that's about all I'm going to get out of you.
You're not going to get any more.
Rogers Morton, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Coming
very
up
much.
And seeing us. We'll see how it all goes tomorrow night, whether your delegate count holds up tomorrow night as well.
Well, I think it will.
Thank you. Shortly after the Reagan forces went down to defeat on this critical rules fight to vote, Jim McManus and other reporters talked to one of the chief Reagan supporters, Senator Jesse Helms from North Carolina.
The president will be picking up delegates as a result of this tonight, the psychological benefit that we've been hearing so much about.
Well, I don't know, but it's possible, of course.
Is that a major concern of yours?
Well, of course it's a concern. Nobody likes to see things appearing to go the wrong way, but the ball game's not over. We have the ninth inning yet.
What are you going to do in the ninth inning?
Everything we can.
Senator, was part of this vote tonight saying, these delegates, some of them saying, we want Ronald Reagan for the vice presidency?
Oh, of course, that played in it. Bob Griffin, my good friend in the Senate, played that thing like a fiddle, and he knew better than that. Oh, of course it works. A lot of times in the heat and the confusion of a convention floor, People don't always think exactly straight. If they had put on their thinking cap, they might have voted differently.
Well, what if these Reagan delegates try to stampede this convention and try to get a draft going for Mr. Reagan as vice president?
Well, I have to take Ronald Reagan at his word. He says that he's not going to accept any offer that may come to him for vice president, and his exact words to me as late as yesterday were no way, and I have to assume that that's his position.
Senator Helms, may we ask you once again, what does this mean tonight, this loss?
Well, just like I said, there's trouble in River City. I would not be leveling with you if I said that I just came from a jubilant trailer there. Of course it's not, but back to the drawing boards.
Senator, before you leave...
Senator Helms is one of the so-called independent conservatives, the group that, for instance, floated the possible candidacy of Senator Buckley, the conservative from New York State, as a presidential candidate here for a while. There has been talk, although Senator Helms has flatly denied it, that he might even lead a walkout of this party if the ticket did not satisfy him. He was against Schweiker for the vice presidential spot on a Reagan ticket. And he still has the capability to cause a lot of interest at this convention, to put it mildly, to still perhaps excite considerable passion here by attempting to bring other matters before the convention. Although with the rules of the convention as they are, it is very difficult to do that from the floor. For instance, on the platform, the only thing they can do besides the minority plank for which they got 25% of the votes of the platform committee to bring before the floor, which satisfies the rule of the convention, the only other thing they can do from the floor is to try to strike parts of the platform. They might try to do that, try to create some passion, but it does seem that the fire has gone out of the Reagan forces tonight with the loss of this important test vote. And one of the very important things to consider, although, again, Jesse Helms brought up the matter of people having voted against 16C so that they could preserve the possibility of Reagan being named as a vice presidential candidate with Ford. The truth of the matter is that as we go down the votes tonight, it turns out that the vote followed precisely the lines of the CBS delegate count for Ford and for Reagan. So there was no subtlety in the casting of any votes in any of the delegations. The vote looks absolutely solid, as our CBS News poll showed it, for Ford and for Reagan, and we would have to take the indications from that President Ford is almost certainly the candidate of this party after the voting tomorrow night. The Republican National Convention coverage by CBS News will resume after this message.
Road to the White House Rewind continues with more from the 1976 Republican National Convention, with Gerald Ford's speech accepting his party's presidential nomination. President Ford called for party unity in the wake of his narrow victory at the GOP convention over former California Governor Ronald Reagan. He also presented himself as an honest and calming force in the Oval Office following the resignation of Richard Nixon 2 years earlier over the Watergate scandal. President Ford went on to lose the general election and the presidency to Democrat Jimmy Carter. Our coverage comes from NBC News. This is about 40 minutes.
Delegates and alternates to this Republican convention, I am honored by your nomination, and I accept it. With pride, with gratitude, and with a total will to win, a great victory for the American people. We will wage a winning campaign in every region of this country, from the snowy banks of Minnesota to the sandy plains of Georgia. We concede not a single state. We concede not a single vote. This evening, I am proud to stand before this great convention as the first incumbent president since Dwight D. Eisenhower who can tell the American people America is at peace. Tonight I can tell you straight away, this nation is sound, this nation is secure, this nation is on the march to full economic recovery and a better quality of life for all Americans. And I'll tell you one more thing. This year, the issues are on our side. I'm ready, I'm eager to go before the American people and debate the real issues face to face with Jimmy Carter. The American people have a right to know firsthand exactly where both of us stand. I am deeply grateful to those who stood with me in winning the nomination, of the parties whose cause I have served all of my adult life. I respect the convictions of those who want to change in Washington. I want to change too. After 22 long years of majority misrule, let's change the United States Congress. My gratitude tonight reaches far beyond this arena to countless friends whose confidence, hard work, and unselfish support have brought me to this moment. It would be unfair to single out anyone, but may I make an exception for my wonderful family, Mike, Jack, Steve, and Susan, and especially my dear wife, Betty. We Republicans have had some tough competition. We not only preach the virtues of competition, we practice them. But tonight we come together not on a battlefield to conclude a ceasefire, but to join forces on a training field that has conditioned us all for the rugged contest ahead. Let me say this from the bottom of my heart. After the scrimmages of the past few months, it really feels good to have Ron Reagan on the same side of the line. To strengthen our championship lineup, the convention has wisely chosen one of the ablest Americans as our next Vice President, Senator Bob Dole of Kansas. With his help, with your help, with the help of millions of Americans who cherish peace, who want freedom preserved, prosperity shared, and pride in America, we will win this election. I speak not of a Republican victory, but a victory for the American people. You at home listening tonight, you are the people who pay the taxes and obey the laws. You are the people who make our system work. You are the people who make America what it is. It is from your ranks that I come, and on your side I stand. Something wonderful happened to this country of ours the past 2 years. We all came to realize it on the 4th of July. Together, out of years of turmoil and tragedy, wars and riots, assassinations and wrongdoing in high places, Americans recaptured the spirit of 1776. We saw again the pioneer vision of our revolutionary founders and our immigrant ancestors. Their vision was of a free man and free women enjoying limited government and unlimited opportunity. The mandate I won in 1976 is to make this vision a reality. But it will take the voices and the votes of many more Americans who are not Republicans to make that mandate binding and my mission possible. I have been called an unelected president, an accidental president. We may even hear that again from the other party, despite the fact that I was welcomed and endorsed by an overwhelming majority of their elected representatives in the Congress who certified my fitness to our highest office. Having become Vice President and President without expecting or seeking either, I have a special feeling toward these high offices. To me, the presidency and the vice presidency were not prizes to be won, but a duty to be done. So tonight it is not the power and the glamour of the presidency that leads me to ask for another 4 years. It is something every hard-working American will understand, the challenge of a job well begun but far from finished. Two years ago, on August 9, 1974, I placed my hand on the Bible which Betty held and took the same constitutional oath that was administered to George Washington. I had faith in our people, in our institutions, and in myself. My fellow Americans, I said, our long national nightmare is over. It was an hour in our history that troubled our minds and tore at our hearts. Anger and hatred had risen to dangerous levels, dividing friends and families. The polarization of our political order had aroused unworthy passions of reprisal and revenge. Our governmental system was closer to stalemate than at any time since Abraham Lincoln took that same oath of office. Our economy was in the throes of runaway inflation, taking us headlong into the worst recession since Franklin D. Roosevelt took the same oath. On that dark day, I told my fellow countrymen, I am acutely aware that you have not elected me as your president by your ballots, so I ask you to confirm me as your president with your prayers. On a marble fireplace in the White House is carved a prayer which John Adams wrote. It concludes, "May none but honest and wise men ever rule under this roof." Since I have resided in that historic house, I have tried to live by that prayer. I faced many tough problems. I probably made some mistakes. But on balance, America and Americans have made an incredible comeback since August 1974. Nobody can honestly say otherwise, and the plain truth is that the great progress we have made at home and abroad was in spite of the majority who run the Congress of the United States. For 2 years, I have stood for all the people against a vote-hungry, free-spending congressional majority on Capitol Hill. "55 times I vetoed extravagant and unwise legislation. 45 times I made those vetoes stick. Those vetoes have saved American taxpayers billions and billions of dollars. I am against the big tax spender and for the little taxpayer. I called for a permanent tax cut coupled with spending reductions to stimulate the economy and relieve hard-pressed middle-income taxpayers. Your personal exemption must be raised from $750 to $1,000. The other party's platform talks about tax reform, but there's one big problem. Their own Congress won't act. I called for reasonable constitutional restrictions on court-ordered busing of school children, but the other party's platform concedes that busing should be a last resort. But there's the same problem. Their own Congress won't act. I called for a major overhaul of criminal laws to crack down on crime and illegal drugs. The other party's platform deplores America's $90 billion cost of crime. There's the problem again. Their own Congress won't act. The other party's platform talks about a strong defense. Now here's the other side of the problem. Their own Congress did act. They slashed $50 billion from our national defense needs in the last 10 years. My friends, Washington is not the problem. Their Congress is the problem. You know the President of the United States is not a magician who can wave a wand or sign a paper that will instantly end a war, cure a recession, or make bureaucracy disappear. A president has immense powers under the Constitution, but all of them ultimately come from the American people and their mandate to him. That is why tonight I turn to the American people and ask not only for your prayers, but also for your strength and your support, for your voice and for your vote. I come before you with a 2-year record of performance without your mandate. I offer you a 4-year pledge of greater performance with your mandate. As Governor Al Smith used to say, let's look at the record. 2 years ago, inflation was 12%. Sales were off. Plants were shut down. Thousands were being laid off every week. Fear of the future was throttling down our economy and threatening millions of families. Let's look at the record since August 1974. Inflation has been cut in half. Payrolls are up. Profits are up. Production is up. Purchases are up. Since the recession was turned around, almost 4 million of our fellow Americans have found new jobs or got their old jobs back. This year, more men and women have jobs than ever before in the history of the United States. Confidence has returned, and we are in the full surge of sound recovery to steady prosperity. 2 years ago, America was mired in withdrawal from Southeast Asia. A decade of Congresses had shortchanged our global defenses and threatened our strategic posture. Mounting tension between Israel and the Arab nations made another war seem inevitable. The whole world watched and wondered where America was going. Did we in our domestic turmoil have the will, the stamina, and the unity to stand up for freedom? Look at the record since August 2 years ago. Today, America is at peace and seeks peace for all nations. Not a single American is at war anywhere on the face of this earth tonight. Our ties with Western Europe and Japan, economic as well as military, were never stronger. Our relations with Eastern Europe, the Soviet Union, and mainland China are firm, vigilant, and forward-looking. Policies I have initiated offer sound progress for the peoples of the Pacific, Africa, and Latin America. Israel and Egypt, both trusting the United States, have taken an historic step that promises an eventual just settlement for the whole Middle East. The world now respects America's policy of peace through strength. The United States is again the confident leader of the free world. Nobody questions our dedication to peace. but nobody doubts our willingness to use our strength when our vital interests are at stake, and we will. I called for an up-to-date, powerful Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines that will keep America secure for decades. A strong military posture is always the best insurance for peace. But America's strength has never rested on arms alone. It is rooted in our mutual commitment of our citizens and leaders in the highest standards of ethics and morality, and in the spiritual renewal which our nation is undergoing right now. Two years ago, people's confidence in their highest officials, to whom they had overwhelmingly entrusted power, had twice been shattered. Losing faith in the word of their elected leaders, Americans lost some of their own faith in themselves. Again, let's look at the record since August 1974. From the start, my administration has been open, candid, forthright. While my entire public and private life was under searching examination for the vice presidency, I reaffirmed my lifelong conviction that truth is the glue that holds government together, not only government, but civilization itself. I have demanded honesty, decency, and personal integrity from everybody in the executive branch of the government. The House and Senate have the same duty. The American people will not accept a double standard in the United States Congress. Those who make our laws today must not debase the reputation of our great legislative bodies that have given us such giants as Daniel Webster, Henry Clay, Sam Rayburn, and Robert A. Taft. Whether in the nation's capital, the state capitol, or city hall, private morality and public trust must go together. From August of 1974 to August of 1976, the record shows steady progress upwards toward prosperity, peace, and public trust. My record is one of progress, not platitudes. My record is one of specifics, not smiles. My record is one of performance, not promises. It's a record I am proud to run on. It is a record the American people, Democrats, Independents, and Republicans alike, will support on November 2nd. For the next 4 years, I pledge to you that I will hold to the steady course we have begun. But I have no intention of standing on the record alone. We will continue winning the fight against inflation. We will go on reducing the dead weight and impudence of bureaucracy. We will submit a balanced budget by 1978. We will improve the quality of life at work, at play, and in our homes and in our neighborhoods. We will not abandon our cities. We will encourage urban programs which assure safety in the streets, create healthy environments, and restore neighborhood pride. We will return control of our children's education to parents and local school authorities. We will make sure that the party of Lincoln remains the party of equal rights. We will create a tax structure that's fair for all of our citizens, one that preserves the continuity of the family home, the family farm, and the family business. We will ensure the integrity of the Social Security system and improve Medicare so that our older citizens can enjoy the health and the happiness that they have earned. There is no reason they should have to go broke just to get well. We will make sure that this rich nation does not neglect citizens who are less fortunate, but provides for their needs with compassion and with dignity. We will reduce the growth and the cost of government and allow individual breadwinners and businesses to keep more of the money that they earn. We will create a climate in which our economy will provide a meaningful job for everyone who wants to work and a decent standard of life for all Americans. We will ensure that all of our young people have a better chance in life than we had, an education they can use and a career they can be proud of. We will carry out a farm policy that assures a fair market price for the farmer, encourages full production, leads to record exports, and eases the hunger within the human family. We will never use the bounty of America's farmers as a pawn in international diplomacy. There will be no embargoes. We will continue our strong leadership to bring peace, justice, and economic progress where there is turmoil, especially in the Middle East. We will build a safer and saner world through patient negotiations and dependable arms agreements, which reduce the danger of conflict and horror of thermonuclear war. While I am president, we will not return to a collision course that could reduce civilization to ashes. We will build an America where people feel rich in spirit as well as in worldly goods. We will build an America where people feel proud about themselves and about their country. We will build on performance, not promises, experience, not expediency, real progress instead of mysterious plans to be revealed in some dim and distant future. The American people are wise, wiser than our opponents think. They know who pays for every campaign promise. They are not afraid of the truth. We will tell them the truth. From start to finish, our campaign will be credible. It will be responsible. We will come out fighting and we will win. Yes, we have all seen the polls and the pundits who say our party is dead. I've heard that before. So did Harry Truman. I'll tell you what I think. The only polls that count are the polls the American people go to on November 2nd. And right now I predict that the American people are going to say that night, Jerry, you've done a good job. Keep right on doing it. As I try in my imagination to look into the homes where families are watching the end of this great convention, I can't tell which faces are Republicans, which are Democrats, and which are independents. I cannot see their color or their creed. I see only Americans. I see Americans who love their husbands, their wives, and their children. I see Americans who love their country for what it has been and what it must become. I see Americans who work hard but who are willing to sacrifice all they have worked for to keep their children and their country free. I see Americans who in their own quiet way pray for peace among nations and peace among themselves. We do love our neighbors and we do forgive those who have trespassed against us. I see a new generation that knows what is right and knows itself. A generation determined to preserve its ideals, its environment, our nation, and the world. My fellow Americans, I like what I see. I have no fear for the future of this great country. And as we go forward together, I promise you once more what I promised before: to uphold the Constitution, to do what is right as God gives me to see the right, and to do the very best that I can for America. God helping me, I won't let you down. Thank you very much.
C-SPAN is the...
Road to the White House Rewind continues with more from the 1976 Republican National Convention. Following Gerald Ford's speech accepting his party's presidential nomination, he took the unusual step of inviting his closest competitor in the race, former California Governor Ronald Reagan, to speak at the podium. President Ford won the GOP nomination by a narrow margin of the delegate vote, and the gesture of inviting then-Governor Reagan to speak was done with the hope of unifying the party. President Ford went on to lose the general election and the presidency to Democrat Jimmy Carter. Our coverage comes from NBC News, and the voices you hear in the first few minutes are the network's convention co-anchors, David Brinkley and John Chancellor. This is about 15 minutes.
Ronald Reagan to come down and join them. He's gesturing to him, waving to him. Reagan is still signing autographs in this box and may not even be able to see the president's appeal. He's shouting into the microphone. Would you come down and bring Nancy, he said the president. Come on down. They've just delivered the Alabama standard to Reagan and the Arizona standard to Schweiker. Governor Reagan may, in fact, be making his way to the platform now. We can't see him in his box. It's crowded with people. Senator Schweiker is still there. Members of his staff, Sears and others. So he may be going down the hallway. On the rostrum now. President, Senator Dole, Vice President Rockefeller, Mrs. Ford, Mrs. Dole, that's Mrs. Dole to the left there in the light dress with string pearls. For Governor Reagan to appear. The Reagans are just about on the platform now. You'll hear the cheer of the crowd. They're up there now being greeted by Mrs. Ford.
things we've never seen before, including these two contestants appearing together, including one contestant who, with a switch of 59 votes, will be standing there accepting the nomination himself, Ronald Reagan. 59 votes. As the President said tonight, they're going to need every vote they can get, not just from Republicans this fall, but they've got to hold the Republicans, and that picture you see is designed to do that. Neither party can win with its own members.
Everybody in this great auditorium tonight, we're all tremendously pleased and honored to have Ron Reagan and Nancy Reagan come down part of this great Republican family that will give the leadership to the American people to win on November 2nd. I would be honored on your behalf to ask my good friend, Governor Reagan, to say a few words at this time. Mr. President, Mrs. Ford, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Vice President-to-be, the distinguished guest here, and you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to say fellow Republicans here, but to those who are watching from a distance, all those millions of Democrats and independents who I know are looking for a cause around which to rally and which I believe we can give them. Mr. President, before you arrived tonight, these wonderful people here, when we came in, gave Nancy and myself a welcome. That, plus this, and plus your kindness and generosity in honoring us by bringing us down here, will give us a memory that will live in our hearts forever. Watching on television these last few nights, and I've seen you also with the warmth that you greeted Nancy, and you also filled my heart with joy when you did that. May I just say some words? There are cynics who say that a party platform is something that no one bothers to read and it doesn't very often amount to much. Whether it is different this time than it has ever been before, I believe the Republican Party has a platform that is a banner of bold, unmistakable colors with no pale pastel shades. We have just heard a call to arms based on that platform, and a call to us to really be successful in communicating and reveal to the American people the difference between this platform and the platform of the opposing party, which is nothing
but a revamp and a reissue and a running of a late show of the thing that we've been hearing from them for the last 40 years. If I could just take a moment and I had an assignment the other day. Someone asked me to write a letter for a time capsule that is going to be opened in Los Angeles 100 years from now on our tricentennial. It sounded like an easy assignment. They suggested I write something about the problems and issues of the day, and I set out to do so, riding down the coast in an automobile, looking at the blue Pacific out on one side and the Santa Ynez Mountains on the other, and I couldn't help but wonder if it was going to be that beautiful 100 years from now as it was on that summer day. And then, as I tried to write, let your own minds turn to that task. You're going to write for people 100 years from now who know all about us. We know nothing about them. We don't know what kind of a world they'll be living in. And suddenly, I thought to myself, if I write of the problems, they'll be the domestic problems of which the President spoke here tonight, the challenges confronting us, the erosion of freedom that has taken place under Democrat rule in this country, the invasion of private rights, the controls and restrictions on the vitality of the great free economy that we enjoy. These are our challenges that we must meet. And then again, there is that challenge of which he spoke, that we live in a world in which the great powers have poised and aimed at each other horrible missiles of destruction, nuclear weapons that can in a matter of minutes arrive in each other's country and destroy virtually the civilized world we live in. And suddenly it dawned on me, those who would read this letter 100 years from now will know whether those missiles were fired. They will know whether we met our challenge, whether they have the freedoms that we have known up until now will depend on what we do here. Will they look back with appreciation and say, thank God for those people in 1976 who headed off that loss of freedom, who kept us now 100 years later free, who kept our world from nuclear destruction? And if we failed, they probably won't get to read the letter at all because it spoke of individual freedom, and they won't be allowed to talk of that or read of it. This is our challenge, and this is why here in this hall tonight, better than we've ever done before, we've got to quit talking to each other and about each other and go out and communicate to the world that we may be fewer in numbers than we've ever been, but we carry the message they're waiting for. We must go forth from here united, determined that what a great general said a few years ago is true. There is no substitute for victory. Mr. President,